The first sign was not fear. It was a feeling of being gently followed, the way a shadow lingers just a little too long after sunset. I remember thinking it would pass, that distance would soften it. I was wrong. I need to tell this slowly, calmly, while I still can. Not to alarm anyone, but to place the memory somewhere outside myself. Some stories grow heavier when they stay trapped inside the mind. This is one of those stories. Last week, I traveled south to Florida to visit family. Winter had tightened its grip where I live, and the idea of warmth felt like relief rather than escape. Florida was familiar in a distant way, like a song you remember but no longer know all the words to. I grew up there, after all, before life pulled me elsewhere and quietly closed that chapter. The visit itself was gentle. Long conversations, familiar streets, evenings that smelled like rain and warm pavement. Before returning home, I planned to meet an old friend from school. His name was Louis. We had been inseparable once, the kind of friendship that forms without effort and fades without drama. He stayed behind when I left, choosing a quieter path that eventually led him deep into the wetlands near the Everglades. I had never been there before. I told myself that was reason enough. Louis lived far from the main roads, past narrow paths where trees leaned inward and the air felt thicker with every step. When I arrived, I parked where the road ended and continued on foot, surprised by how humid everything still felt despite the season. The land seemed to breathe around me. When he appeared through the trees, older and more worn but unmistakably himself, I felt an unexpected sense of comfort. We laughed easily, as if no time had passed at all. His home stood on wooden supports above dark water, reached by a narrow walkway that creaked softly underfoot. It wasn't welcoming, exactly, but it felt intentional, like a place chosen for solitude. Inside, the house was cluttered with research notes, empty bottles, half-finished thoughts. It smelled of old wood and damp air. Outside, insects hummed in steady layers, creating a sound that felt constant enough to become silence. Later, Louis suggested we take his airboat out. He spoke about it casually, like this was an ordinary thing people did before dinner. The boat looked tired but functional, resting on water so dark it reflected nothing back. Once we were moving, the noise swallowed everything else, and for a while I forgot the unease creeping quietly behind my thoughts. We traveled deeper than I expected. The light dimmed, filtered by dense branches overhead. I noticed a faded warning sign drifting past us, half swallowed by vines. Louis waved it off with practiced ease, saying it was meant to discourage trespassers. I wanted to believe him. Then the engine faltered. We drifted into stillness, surrounded by water that seemed thicker here, slower somehow. As Louis worked on the fan, the sounds of the swamp returned. Soft splashes, distant calls, the low hum of unseen life. That was when I heard it. A voice. It was faint, strained, carried unevenly through the air. Someone calling for help. We moved toward it slowly, paddling into shadows where the water narrowed and the trees grew closer together. The voice led us to a small rise of land where strange stones stood half submerged, arranged in a way that felt deliberate. There was a quiet there that pressed inward, heavy and watchful. The boy appeared near the trees, covered in mud, shaking and exhausted. He was young, frightened, and desperate to leave. He spoke of the ground pulling at him, of something beneath the surface that did not want to be disturbed. When his breathing finally steadied, he begged us to go, not just from the island, but away entirely. When he saw one of the stones had been broken, his fear sharpened into something deeper. He whispered about a marker, a boundary, something meant to stay whole. Then, without another word, he fled back into the water, disappearing between the reeds as if chased by something we could not see. We left soon after. On the way back, neither of us spoke. The island seemed different from a distance, flatter, as though it were slowly sinking. By the time we reached Lewis's home, night had settled fully, and exhaustion blurred the edges of everything. I slept lightly on his couch. Sometime before dawn, I heard a sound outside, soft, wet, unhurried. It circled the house once, then faded. When morning came, I saw marks on the wooden deck, shapes pressed into dried mud, large and undefined, as though made by something that did not need feet to walk. I left shortly after. 2 days later, I received the call. Lewis had been found in his home. The details were unclear, spoken carefully, but they carried a weight that settled deep in my chest. The authorities asked questions. I answered them. I told them everything I knew. When I returned home, I tried to believe distance had saved me. Then I saw the marks outside my own door. They followed a straight path from the trees to my porch, patient and deliberate. Inside, everything looked normal, clean, safe. I locked the door anyway. That night, I stayed awake listening. Pipes hummed. The house shifted. Somewhere, something moved slowly, as if learning the shape of the place. Since then, I haven't gone far. Daylight feels safer, though I don't know why. At night, the air grows heavier, and the quiet presses close. Sometimes I hear soft tapping, almost polite, as though something is waiting to be acknowledged. I don't know what we disturbed in that place. I don't know if it followed me, or if it simply remembered me. All I know is that some boundaries exist for a reason. Some places are not meant to be entered, and some things, once noticed, never truly let go. For now, I sit here, listening, breathing slowly, waiting for the night to pass. And as this story settles into silence, another one waits nearby, just beyond the edge of sleep, ready to be told. The night was quiet when they found him. The kind of quiet that feels wide and open, like the world is holding its breath. Waves moved gently along the shoreline, and the air carried the slow, steady rhythm of the sea. Nothing about the scene suggested urgency, or fear, or struggle. In December of 1948, just before dawn, a man was discovered resting against a seawall on Somerton Beach, near Adelaide, Australia. He looked almost peaceful, as though he had sat down to watch the ocean and simply decided not to leave. His legs were stretched out neatly in front of him. One arm rested by his side. The other was bent, relaxed, as if he had grown tired and allowed himself to drift away. He was dressed carefully. A tailored suit, a crisp shirt, polished shoes that still held a quiet shine. There was no sign of panic in his posture, no marks of violence on his body, no blood, no bruises, no evidence that anyone had followed him there or forced him to sit where he did. At first glance, he looked like someone who belonged, someone passing through. Someone who might have had a train to catch or a hotel room waiting nearby. But no one recognized him. The police arrived as the sun began to rise, casting a pale, soft light over the sand and the calm water beyond. They searched his pockets carefully, expecting to find the small things people usually carry. A wallet, identification, a letter, something that explained who he was or where he had come from. They found nothing. No wallet, no identification, no papers, no keys that could be traced to a door. It was as if he had stepped out of the world with intention, leaving nothing behind. As they examined his clothing more closely, another detail emerged. Every label had been removed, not torn carelessly, but cut away with care. No brand names, no laundry marks, no stitching that could be traced back to a tailor or shop. Whoever he was, someone had made sure his clothes could not speak for him. The man himself appeared healthy, well-fed, well-groomed. His hair was neatly styled, his hands clean, his nails trimmed. He did not look like someone who had been wandering for days or sleeping rough. He looked like someone who knew how to take care of himself. The autopsy raised more questions than answers. His organs were congested, especially his liver and spleen. The signs suggested poisoning, but no poison could be identified. At the time, the technology simply wasn't advanced enough to detect every substance. Nothing obvious appeared in his system. No familiar toxins. No known chemicals. The official cause of death was listed quietly, almost reluctantly. Unknown. Weeks passed, and still no one came forward to claim him. No family, no friends, no employer, no missing person report that fit his description. His face was published in newspapers across the country. People studied the images, searching their memories for familiarity. Nothing. Then, tucked away in a small, almost hidden pocket inside his trousers. Investigators found something they had missed before. A scrap of paper. It was folded tightly, as if it had been placed there with care. The paper was worn at the edges, but the words printed on it were clear. Only 2 of them. Tamam should. The phrase was Persian. Translated simply, it meant ended, or it is finished. The words felt final. Certain. Not desperate. Not hurried. Just complete. For a long time, no one knew where the paper had come from. It didn't belong to any local publication. It wasn't handwritten. It felt like a fragment torn from something larger. Then, weeks later, a man came forward with a quiet and unsettling story. He said that not long before the body was found, he had discovered a book lying in the back seat of his unlocked car. He didn't know how it got there. He hadn't reported it, assuming someone had simply left it behind by mistake. The book was a rare edition of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. When police examined it, they noticed that the final page was missing, torn cleanly out. When they compared the torn edge to the paper found in the dead man's pocket, it matched perfectly. The words Tamam should had been printed at the end of the book. It was meant to close the poem, to signal its completion. Inside the back cover of the book, another detail waited quietly. Handwritten letters, arranged in neat lines. They didn't form words. They didn't follow any obvious language pattern. They looked like a code. Experts studied it for years. Cryptographers, linguists, intelligence agencies. Each brought their own theories. Some believed it was a cipher. Others thought it was shorthand. Some believed it meant nothing at all, only personal notes written by someone who never intended them to be read. No one ever decoded it. As the investigation continued, police traced the book back to a nearby woman, a nurse who lived not far from Somerton Beach. When they showed her a plaster cast of the man's face, she reacted strongly. Her expression changed. Her body stiffened. She appeared shaken. She said she didn't know him. Later, she changed her story, then changed it again. She admitted she had once given a copy of the Rubaiyat to a man, but insisted it wasn't the same person. She never offered a clear explanation. Only uncertainty. Only distance. The years moved forward, slow and steady. Theories filled the silence. Some believed the man was a spy, caught in the quiet shadows of the early Cold War. His missing labels, the coded letters, the undetectable poison, all of it fit neatly into that idea. Others believed he was a man who had loved deeply and been rejected, choosing a quiet end by the sea rather than a loud goodbye. Some believed the code was never meant to be cracked, that it was personal, private, something only he could understand. Decades later, even with modern science and renewed interest, many questions remain. His name may now be closer to being known, but the meaning behind his final moments remains soft and distant, like the sound of waves heard from far away. Why remove every trace of identity? Why carry words that meant "it is finished"? Why leave the world so quietly, without asking to be remembered? The Somerton man died on a peaceful beach, under an open sky, with the sea breathing beside him. And even now, more than 75 years later, his final message remains incomplete. As the night settles in, and the sound of the ocean fades into memory, his story drifts gently into the dark, making space for the next quiet mystery waiting to be told. They don't creak or groan or shout for attention. They simply wait for you to notice. And once you do, it's hard to look away. When I first moved into the apartment, nothing stood out. That was part of the appeal. The building was old, but quiet. Brick exterior, narrow hallways, dim lights that hummed softly at night. The kind of place where time felt slowed down, where people passed each other without speaking, each lost in their own small worlds. The bedroom was modest. Just enough space for a bed, a dresser, and a single window facing a brick wall across a narrow gap. There was a fire escape bolted to the bricks outside, rusted and unmoving. The view wasn't pretty, but it was normal. Forgettable. I told myself I liked that. But from the very first morning, my eyes went to the window. Not because I wanted them to. They just did. I would wake up, still half asleep, and find myself staring at it. The frame, the glass, the way the top corner sat just a little too low, or maybe too close. It was subtle enough that I couldn't point to anything specific, only that it felt wrong in a way my mind couldn't neatly explain. I blamed the building. Old places settle, walls lean, paint hides mistakes. Your brain tries to straighten things that aren't straight. That's what I told myself as I got dressed each morning, deliberately turning my back to the window. At night, though, it became harder to ignore. The cold didn't arrive all at once. At first, it was just a faint chill that crept over me while I slept. Not enough to wake me fully, just enough to pull me out of dreams and into that quiet, heavy space between sleeping and waking. The first time I checked the time, it was because my phone was dead and the cold felt unusually sharp. I glanced at the microwave clock across the room. 2:18 a.m. I pulled the blanket tighter around myself and drifted back to sleep. I didn't think much of it until it happened again. And again. Always the same moment. Always that same number glowing faintly in the dark. There was never any wind. The curtains didn't move. The air didn't flow. Instead, the room felt sealed, like a space that had been closed for too long. The cold wasn't coming from the window. It felt like it had already been waiting inside the room, rising slowly from the walls and floor. There was a smell, too. not strong, just present, damp, with a hint of metal, like rainwater that had touched old pipes. It lingered only during those moments, fading as the night passed. I tried to be practical. I checked the window seals, taped the edges, pressed my hands along the frame, searching for gaps. Everything seemed solid. During the day, sunlight filled the room, warming the glass. The window looked completely ordinary in photos. Flat, straight, unremarkable. But when I stood there in person, especially when I didn't look directly at it, the feeling returned. Like my eyes slid off the top edge. Like the corner bent inward when I wasn't focusing on it. As if the window didn't want to be seen clearly. One night, curiosity finally outweighed comfort. I stood barefoot on the cold floor and pressed my hand against the glass. It was icy, colder than the air around it, which made sense. What didn't make sense was the way my fingers slipped. Not slid. Caught. There was texture there. A tiny resistance beneath my skin. Not dirt. Not a crack. Something soft, almost rubbery, where smooth glass should have been. I grabbed a flashlight and angled the beam across the surface. That's when I noticed the reflection. At first glance, it was my room. But the longer I looked, the more the differences revealed themselves. The bed was shifted to the opposite wall. The dresser faced the wrong direction. Objects I recognized were there, but altered. A book I had already finished stood upright, as if newly placed. A glass I knew was empty was half full. The room reflected back at me was familiar, but not mine. The realization settled slowly, like cold water sinking into fabric. It wasn't a reflection at all. The next morning, daylight made the window look worse. The top pane seemed smaller now, the left side leaning inward with a subtle curve, like something pressing from the other side. I bought a hammer. I told myself it was just a repair, just removing faulty glass, just being practical again. The first strike didn't shatter anything. The surface bent, not cracked or splintered. It bowed inward, thick and resistant, like pushing against something dense and cold. When it snapped back, the sound wasn't sharp. It was soft, almost organic, like a slow inhale. I struck it again, and again. On the fourth hit, the hammer passed through. Not through broken glass, but into it. The air rushed over my arm, colder than before, heavier. The same smell filled my lungs. And in the other room, something moved. A shape shifted beneath the bed that wasn't where my bed should have been. Darkness folded over itself, slow and deliberate. I didn't see details. I didn't need to. The awareness was enough. It knew I was there. I pulled my arm back instantly. The window sealed itself with a single, clean sound. Solid. Fill. As if nothing had ever happened. I moved out the next morning. I didn't argue. I didn't explain. I left my deposit behind and never looked back. A week later, the landlord called. He started angry, complaining about damages that weren't there. Then his voice changed, lowered, slowed. "The window's fine," he said quietly, "but the new tenant says there's a draft." I stayed silent. He kept talking, as if he'd forgotten I was on the line. "He says it doesn't feel like it's coming from outside," he murmured. "He says it feels like it's coming from the room, like something inside is breathing." Then the call ended. I live in a house now. 1 floor. No shared walls. No windows that line up evenly, which I find comforting. Every room feels separate, defined, solid. I still wake up every night, always at 2:18. There's no cold anymore, no strange smells, no reflections that don't belong. But sometimes, in the quiet between breaths, I hear it. A slow, patient tapping, like something on the other side of a surface, waiting for the moment I finally look back. It took me a long time to find a place I could afford, long enough that I stopped being picky, long enough that quiet started to feel more important than comfort. When I finally signed the lease, I remember thinking how peaceful it looked, almost too peaceful. The building was old, but not in a dramatic way. No creaking staircases, no peeling paint that told dramatic stories. Just a small, modest apartment tucked into a quiet neighborhood where even the streetlights seemed tired. The kind of place where nothing ever really happened, and that was exactly what I needed. I don't talk to many people. I never really have. Conversations drain me faster than anything else, and silence feels safer. So living alone suited me. No roommates. No neighbors who knocked too often. Just me, a bed, and walls that didn't ask questions. At least, that's what I thought at first. The first night I slept there, I lay on my back staring at the ceiling, listening to the soft hum of distant traffic. The air felt still, almost heavy, like the apartment was holding its breath. I remember blinking slowly, letting exhaustion pull me under. That's when I noticed it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow. A darker patch in the ceiling where the paint didn't quite match. Old buildings had imperfections. That was normal. But the longer I stared, the more focused it became. A shape, a curve, a circle. And then I realized it was looking back at me. An eye. It wasn't large or exaggerated. Just an eye, set into the ceiling above my bed, peering down through a small opening where plaster should have been. It didn't blink. It didn't move. It just watched. I remember sitting up so fast my head spun. My heart raced, and for a moment I considered calling someone. Anyone. But who would I even tell? I didn't have the energy to explain something that sounded so ridiculous. By morning, the fear had dulled. Daylight has a way of doing that. The hole was still there, small and round, like someone had pressed a finger through the ceiling from above. No eye. Just darkness. I patched it that day. The hardware store clerk barely looked at me as I bought plaster and paint. By the afternoon, the ceiling looked normal again. Smooth. Empty. Safe. That night, when I lay back down, the eye was there again. Same place. Same shape. Same unblinking stare. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just lay there, staring back, my body frozen beneath the weight of something I couldn't explain. Eventually, exhaustion won. Sleep always finds a way in, even through fear. After that, it became routine. Every morning, I patched the ceiling. Every night, the eye returned. Weeks passed, then months. I stopped trying to fix it after a while. There didn't seem to be a point. It wasn't broken, not really. It wasn't hurting me. It was just there, watching, existing. Sometimes I wondered if this was something other people experienced. Maybe everyone had things they saw when they were half asleep. Maybe this was just mine. I didn't ask anyone. I didn't want to know. The eye never blinked, but it felt aware. Not threatening, not angry, just observant, like it was studying me, learning the way I breathed, the way my chest rose and fell at night. I noticed something else too. Whenever I looked at it, my mouth felt dry, uncomfortably dry. I kept licking my lips, trying to ease the feeling, but it never helped. It was like my body forgot how to make saliva in those moments. Like everything inside me paused while I was being seen. I started sleeping on my side, then on my stomach, anything to avoid looking straight up. But somehow, I always knew it was still there. Even when I couldn't see it, I could feel the attention pressing down on me. I didn't feel afraid anymore. That's the part that worried me the most. Fear is loud. Fear makes noise. This was quiet, gentle, almost comforting in a strange way. Like someone sitting in the room with you while you sleep, making sure nothing else gets too close. Sometimes, I found myself wondering if it missed me when I closed my eyes. I began mentioning it to my doctor, carefully, casually. I framed it as stress, as exhaustion. He nodded, scribbled notes, adjusted my medication, said things like, hallucinations can feel very real, and give it time. I thanked him. I always thank people, even when I don't believe them. The medication made everything softer. The edges of the world blurred a little. The eye didn't go away, but it felt farther, like it was behind glass now. Less intense. Easier to accept. Months passed like that. The apartment. The eye. Sometimes, when I'm drifting off, I swear it moves closer. Not physically, but in awareness. Like it's leaning in, curious, patient, waiting, but it never does anything. And I think that's why I'm still here. Because if it wanted to hurt me, it would have by now. Instead, it just watches. So I let it. I lie on my back again now, staring up at the ceiling, lips dry, breathing slow. The room is quiet, peaceful, familiar. The eye looks down at me, and I look back. And somewhere between that moment and sleep, I stop wondering which of us moved in first. The darkness grows heavier, softer, pulling everything into stillness. And as the world fades, the watching continues. Quietly, patiently, just as the next story begins to unfold. Some memories arrive softly, like fog drifting across a quiet field. Others stay sharp, no matter how many years pass. This is one of those memories, the kind that settles into the background of a life and quietly shapes everything that follows. When I was a child, I learned very early that the world could change without warning. One ordinary afternoon, sunlight resting gently on the roof of our home, my father was working above me, steady and familiar. Then, in a moment that still feels unreal, something went wrong. I remember the sound of movement, the sudden stillness afterward, and the way the air seemed to empty itself of warmth. I was too young to understand what had happened, only old enough to feel the weight of it settle permanently into my chest. After that day, words became difficult. Silence felt safer. My mother held our small household together with quiet strength, never letting grief overwhelm the rhythm of our days. I watched her closely, learning how resilience could look calm instead of loud. Still, inside me, questions grew. I wanted to understand how life worked, how fragile it was, and whether knowledge could ever protect someone from loss. As I grew older, curiosity became my refuge. I found comfort in books, diagrams, and careful explanations. The more I learned, the steadier I felt. Studying living systems gave me a sense of order, as if understanding the hidden mechanics of life might one day soften the randomness of it all. Tiny details fascinated me. Patterns, structures, the way something small could hold so much complexity. That curiosity followed me into adulthood and eventually into my work. Long evenings in quiet laboratories became familiar and soothing. The gentle hum of equipment, the focused calm of observation, it all felt safe. One night, while working alone, I noticed a small injury on my hand. It was insignificant, barely noticeable, but under magnification it appeared vast and unfamiliar. The sight stirred something old and buried. For a moment, the world narrowed to observation alone, detached and strangely peaceful. Time passed without my noticing. When awareness returned, the room was dark and empty, and I felt an unexpected wave of exhaustion. I cleaned up, wrapped my hand carefully, and went home beneath a sky heavy with rain. The city felt hushed, as if everything were holding its breath. Home grounded me again. Warm light, familiar voices, shared meals. These things reminded me that life was more than questions without answers. Days turned into weeks, and the strange intensity of that evening faded into the background. Later, during one of my quiet walks through a nearby park, I became fond of a small creature that often crossed my path. Seeing it there brought a gentle sense of continuity, a reminder that life moved forward in small, unnoticed ways. When it was gone, I felt a surprising sadness, and with it, a familiar pull to understand. Not out of harm, but out of longing to make sense of endings. That curiosity frightened me then, because I finally recognized it for what it was. Not a hunger for knowledge, but a fear of helplessness. A need to believe that understanding could undo loss. It was my wife who helped me see that clearly. Her presence was steady, honest, and kind. When she spoke of concern, it was never with anger, only care. When she shared news of new life growing between us, the world seemed to widen again, filled with possibility rather than dread. Still, old fears have a way of resurfacing quietly. I realized then that knowledge alone could not heal what had been wounded long ago. Control was an illusion. Life was not something to be fixed or dissected. It was something to be protected, felt, and shared. I sought help, and slowly, patiently, I learned to sit with uncertainty instead of fighting it. The nights grew calmer. The questions softened. The future no longer felt like something fragile in my hands, but something unfolding at its own gentle pace. And as I lie here now, listening to the steady rhythm of rain against the dark, I understand something I didn't before. Some mysteries are not meant to be opened. Some answers live not beneath the surface, but in the quiet decision to let life remain whole. The rain continues, soft and unhurried, and somewhere beyond it, another story is waiting to be told. Some names carry weight long before they are spoken aloud. I had known his name for years, the way one knows a distant storm is coming, quietly, without urgency. When I finally saw him standing there beneath the dim sky, I understood why the road had gone so still. Some presences do that. They ask the world to pause. I remember leaning against the curb, the night air resting gently on my shoulders, dust settling around my boots. The road stretched empty in both directions, unmarked and timeless, as if it had always existed only for this moment. The figure before me wore colors meant to bring laughter, yet nothing about him felt light. His costume sagged under its own history, faded yellows and blacks dulled by age and use. He did not move. He only watched. I spoke his name softly, not as an accusation, but as recognition. Names, after all, are doors. He lifted his head slightly, and in his gaze I saw something hollowed out long ago. Not rage, not hunger, just depth, the kind that never fills back in. The air carried a faint scent of smoke, though nothing burned nearby. I rolled a small object between my fingers, more out of habit than need, feeling its edges, its familiar shape. My voice stayed calm as I spoke, not loud, not sharp. There was no reason to rush. Time had already slowed for us. He listened, or perhaps he remembered. As I spoke of choices, of paths taken too many times to pretend they were accidents, his painted expression began to change. The surface cracked, not physically, but emotionally, as if the cheerful mask he wore had grown tired of pretending. Beneath it was something old, something worn thin by repetition. I felt no anger toward him, only a quiet certainty. The night remained patient. When he smiled, it was not defiance that unsettled me. It was familiarity, as though this moment had happened before, in different shapes, under different skies. He stood carefully balanced, hands folded, as if holding himself together through sheer habit alone. The road beneath him did not reject his weight, but it did not welcome it either. I straightened then, not in threat, but in readiness. Some tasks are not battles. They are conclusions. What followed was not loud. There was no sudden clash, no chaos, only a shift, like fog thinning under morning light. The space around him tightened, reality remembering its own rules. His form stretched briefly, not in pain, but in resistance, like something reluctant to let go of a borrowed shape. I stepped aside, slowly, allowing the moment to complete itself. When it was over, he was no longer standing there. What remained was warmth, then fading heat, then nothing at all. The road exhaled. Dust settled. Silence returned to its rightful place. And yet, somewhere within that quiet, a sound lingered. Not laughter, but promise. Soft, distant, uncertain. Some things do not end so much as pause. I watched until even the air forgot him. Behind me, a wooden door waited where none had been before. Its surface was worn smooth, as if touched by countless hands across countless years. When I opened it, cool mist drifted forward, carrying the scent of rain and something older than memory. Before stepping through, I glanced back at the empty road and spoke once more, not to mock, not to threaten, but to acknowledge. Some reckonings happen elsewhere. The door closed gently behind me, and the night returned to stillness, ready as always for the next quiet story to begin. Some experiences do not announce themselves as frightening in the moment. They begin quietly, almost gently, and only later reveal how deeply they have settled inside you. This is one of those memories, still calm on the surface, yet forever echoing beneath the sound of slow rain and distant nights. For a long time, exploring forgotten places felt peaceful to me. My friends and I loved the feeling of movement and discovery. Long walks through empty land, camping beneath open skies, wandering places most people no longer noticed. There was something grounding about it, something that made the world feel larger and quieter at the same time. Eventually, our curiosity drifted toward abandoned structures, places softened by time and weather, places that felt like they were slowly exhaling their past. At first, we kept it simple. Old farming sheds surrounded by wide fields, buildings that creaked gently in the wind and smelled of dust and sun-warmed wood. Later, we explored locations that were only open during certain seasons, learning how silence changes depending on where you stand. Eventually, we discovered an old paper mill, massive, sprawling, and mostly untouched. A small portion was being restored, but most of it sat quietly, empty and echoing. We crossed paths with people passing through now and then, but nothing ever felt wrong. It was just another place learning how to age. Over time, the mystery faded. We learned every corridor, every stairwell, every broken window that let the light spill in just right. So we began searching again, and that's when we found the other building. From the outside, it looked like an abandoned scrapyard or factory. The center held a courtyard filled with vehicles in various stages of decay, their surfaces dull and uneven. At first, it felt familiar, another forgotten space. But as we walked, small details began to feel organized. Some items were placed too carefully. A truck sat in the courtyard without dust, as if it had arrived recently. The air felt still, not abandoned, just quiet. We should have listened to that feeling. Inside, one section of the building stood apart from the rest. Actual walls instead of crumbling stone. Wood-paneled surfaces that felt strangely warm beneath the fingers. A short hallway connected 3 doors, and on the floor sat a pair of dusty boots, positioned the way someone leaves them at home. The contrast was unsettling, but subtle enough to ignore if you tried. One door led to a simple storage room. The other 2 stayed closed. One had a small peephole. The other, a frosted glass panel that softened the light behind it. We explored a bit longer and eventually left, the image of that hallway lingering quietly in the back of my mind. About a month later, I returned with 2 friends. The building felt the same, silent, heavy, watchful. After wandering for a while, we found ourselves back in that hallway. This time, the frosted door opened. Inside, the air carried a strong scent, like cologne lingering long after someone has gone. It felt intimate in a way abandoned places never should. We spoke quietly, our voices seeming too loud in the stillness. Then, without warning, a heavy sound struck the wall near the door with the peephole. Everything stopped. We stood frozen, breath shallow, listening to the silence stretch. Then the door opened. There were only two visible ways out, a stairwell and a long hallway, and both were exposed. One of my friends was closest to the stairs. I remember a sudden movement, a dull impact, and then nothing. No sound, no voice, just quiet. The remaining two of us stepped back into the room we had entered, pressing ourselves against the wall beside the door. My heart moved slowly, heavily, as if it were unsure whether it should keep going. The door opened again, and an older man stood there, his presence calm and deliberate. His eyes met mine. I couldn't speak. I could only shake my head, a small, silent plea. He watched for a moment that felt endless, then closed the door again. We didn't wait. A second exit revealed itself at the back of the room, and we slipped through it, moving as carefully as we could. The larger space beyond offered no real cover, just open walkways and shadows that didn't feel deep enough. As we moved, we saw the man again, now crossing the space in another direction. The building groaned beneath our steps, each sound feeling impossibly loud. For reasons I still don't understand, he went the opposite way. We found our way outside, the night air cool against our faces. I assumed the worst about our missing friend, the silence following us like a weight. But when we reached the parking area, he was there too, shaken but alive. We didn't stay. As we left, a sharp sound passed nearby, followed by another that echoed briefly through the space. We ran, got into the car, and drove until the city lights swallowed the darkness behind us. I don't return to places like that anymore. Even now, recalling it makes my chest tighten, my vision narrow, as if my body remembers something my mind tries to keep calm. Some doors, once opened, don't close as easily as they seem. And as this memory settles back into silence, the night continues on. Quietly, patiently, ready for the next story to begin. Some places stay with you long after you leave them, not because of what you saw, but because of how they made you feel. This memory returns to me only in quiet moments, when the world slows and the night grows still. That day had taken more out of me than I realized at the time. We had been working inside an old steel foundry, the kind of place that no longer belonged to the present. The building was vast and hollow, its purpose long forgotten, its walls stained with rust and age. Even in late spring, the air inside felt cold and heavy, as if the sun had never learned how to reach it. Chains hung from the ceiling like ornaments from another century, and every step echoed longer than it should have. There were only 3 of us assigned there that day. No other crews. No visitors. Just the steady rhythm of work and the quiet companionship that comes from sharing long hours in an uncomfortable place. By evening, my body felt hollowed out, my thoughts moving slowly, like they were wading through thick fog. I sat down to eat, leaning against stacked materials, listening to the soft hum of the buildings settling around me. That was when I heard my name. It came from below, clear and familiar, spoken with urgency. I recognized the voice instantly. One of the others. I stood, peering over the railing into the lower level, calling back, expecting an answer. None came. The foundry stretched beneath me, long and shadowed, lit only by fading daylight slipping through cracked windows. The silence felt deeper than before, as if the space were listening. I made my way down the stairs, each step ringing softly beneath my boots. At the far end of the floor, something stood where the light thinned. A shape, human in outline, unmoving, too distant to see clearly, but present enough to notice. I called out again, my voice sounding smaller than I expected. The figure shifted slightly, then eased into the darker edge of the room. I told myself it was nothing. Fatigue plays tricks on the mind. Old buildings hold shadows in strange ways. But just then, my phone vibrated. A message explained everything, and explained nothing at all. The others had left to grab food. The gate was locked. I was alone. When I looked up again, the figure was there once more. Not rushing, not threatening, just closer. I didn't stay to understand it. I moved quickly, then faster, until I was back outside, breathing cold air under an open sky. When the others returned, they joked about it, brushed it away as exhaustion. I laughed with them. It was easier than explaining the feeling that wouldn't leave my skin. That night, back home, the world felt normal again. Warm water, familiar voices, the quiet comfort of family nearby. I lay down, letting background noise drift through the room, and closed my eyes for what I thought would be just a moment. When I opened them, I was still there. Still in bed, but everything felt muted. The room had lost its color, as though it were drawn in soft charcoal instead of light. I tried to move and found that I couldn't. My body felt heavy, held in place by something gentle but absolute. Panic tried to rise, but even that felt distant, slowed. A cool sensation brushed across my face, like air moving where it shouldn't. Then I noticed a narrow line of light slipping through the gap near the wardrobe. It was sharp and steady, not bright in the usual way, but precise, like a quiet presence announcing itself. Something emerged from the shadow beside it. It didn't step forward so much as appear more fully. Its form was indistinct, stretched and unfamiliar, as if it didn't quite belong to the shape it wore. The space around it seemed to dim, while its face held a strange glow, not violent, not warm, just intensely focused, like heat remembered rather than felt. I couldn't look away. Then, close to my ear, I heard a voice I loved, soft at first, trembling, calling my name. It carried fear, but not pain. More like someone lost and searching in the dark. I wanted to answer. I wanted to move. I couldn't. All I could do was listen as the sound faded gently, like an echo dissolving into distance. The glow expanded, not rushing, not pressing, simply filling the space until there was nothing else to notice. And then, quietly, it ended. I woke sitting upright, breath uneven, heart racing, the room restored to its familiar shapes and colors. The house was calm. Everyone was safe. The night had passed without incident. I told them what I'd experienced, and they listened with care, though they had no explanation to offer. In the months that followed, sleep sometimes felt fragile. The moments returned briefly, but without images, without visitors. Just stillness. Eventually, even that faded. I never returned to that foundry. Some doors don't need to be opened twice. Now, when I think back on it, the memory feels distant, softened by time, like an old photograph left in a drawer. Most nights, it doesn't come to mind at all. But occasionally, when I'm tired and the world grows quiet again, I wonder if some places leave traces behind. And as that thought drifts away, the darkness settles gently once more, making room for the next story, waiting patiently in the calm of the night. Some memories return without warning, drifting back like mist over still water. They don't shout. They don't rush. They simply wait until the night is quiet enough to be heard. This is one of those memories. I was very young when it happened, no more than 8 or 9 years old, still small enough that the world felt both endless and close at the same time. We had gone camping by a lake, the kind that reflects the sky so clearly it feels like you're standing between two worlds. The cabin was simple and old, built more for shelter than comfort, with a single room and the soft scent of wood that never quite leaves places like that. Inside, there was a small fireplace, a set of bunk beds pressed against one wall, and a sturdy door opposite them that creaked when it opened. At night, the fire crackled gently, and the lake outside whispered with insects and distant water birds. Everything about the place felt calm, even welcoming, like it had been waiting patiently for us. That first evening passed without incident. We cooked a modest meal over a small fire, laughed quietly, and settled into our bunks as the darkness thickened outside. The warmth from the flames lingered in the room, wrapping the cabin in a soft, sleepy glow. I remember feeling safe, tired in the good way that only fresh air and adventure can bring. Morning arrived slowly. Light filtered in through the small windows, pale and uncertain, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and lake water. I remember opening my eyes and feeling that strange stillness that comes just before you fully wake, when the world hasn't quite revealed itself yet. Then I looked down. The concrete floor, which had been empty the night before, was moving. At first, my mind couldn't make sense of it. I thought maybe it was shadows, or some trick of half-sleep. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized the floor was covered, quietly, densely, with snakes. Dozens of them. Then more. Well over 100, their bodies overlapping, looping slowly over one another like living ribbons warmed by the night. They had come in silently while we slept. The heat from our small cooking fire had drawn them close, seeking warmth in the cool night air. They lay there now, calm and unhurried, occupying the space as though it had always belonged to them. Some were small and slender, others thicker and more deliberate in their movements. A few, I was told later, carried venom. Not all, but enough. The room felt impossibly quiet. I didn't scream. No one did. Fear, when it arrives like that, doesn't always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it settles in gently, like a weight on the chest. I remember breathing very carefully, afraid that even the sound of air moving in my lungs might disturb something that didn't need to be disturbed. I didn't have a phobia of snakes. Even then, I understood they weren't monsters. But I also understood distance and consequences and how far away help could be. The nearest hospital felt like another world entirely. We stayed very still. Time moved differently in that moment. Seconds stretched. The snakes continued their slow, patient shifting, completely uninterested in us, yet impossibly close. The concrete floor was cool and gray beneath them, the contrast making every movement visible, every curve distinct. Eventually, the adults began to whisper. Not panic. Never panic. Just quiet instructions, careful and deliberate. Every movement had to be planned, slow enough not to startle anything, gentle enough to pass through without becoming part of the scene. We gathered what we could reach without stepping forward. Much of our belongings were left behind, things that suddenly felt very unimportant. Shoes were slipped on carefully. The door was approached as if it were fragile glass. And then, one by one, we moved. Each step felt like crossing thin ice. I remember watching where I placed my feet, memorizing spaces between coiled bodies, following exactly where others stepped before me. My heart was loud in my ears, but the room itself remained calm, almost peaceful, as if the danger existed only in our awareness of it. When we finally stepped outside, the cool air felt unreal. The lake shimmered in the morning light, birds sang, and the world continued exactly as it always had. Behind us, the cabin stood quietly, holding its secret warmth and its temporary occupants. We didn't go back in. As the years passed, that memory softened around the edges. What remains isn't the fear, not really, but the stillness. The strange understanding, even at that age, that the world doesn't always arrange itself for our comfort. Sometimes it simply is, indifferent and ancient, moving according to its own quiet rules. Now, when I think back on that morning, it feels almost dreamlike. A moment suspended in calm danger, resolved not through noise or chaos, but through patience and respect for something older than fear. And as this memory drifts away, like ripples fading across the surface of a lake at dawn, it leaves behind only a gentle awareness that even the quietest nights can hold unexpected stories, waiting patiently to be remembered, before giving way to the next. Some memories return without warning, drifting back like mist over still water. They don't shout. They don't rush. They simply wait until the night is quiet enough to be heard. This is one of those memories. I was very young when it happened, no more than 8 or 9 years old, still small enough that the world felt both endless and close at the same time. We had gone camping by a lake, the kind that reflects the sky so clearly it feels like you're standing between two worlds. The cabin was simple and old, built more for shelter than comfort, with a single room and the soft scent of wood that never quite leaves places like that. Inside, there was a small fireplace, a set of bunk beds pressed against one wall, and a sturdy door opposite them that creaked when it opened. At night, the fire crackled gently, and the lake outside whispered with insects and distant water birds. Everything about the place felt calm, even welcoming, like it had been waiting patiently for us. That first evening passed without incident. We cooked a modest meal over a small fire, laughed quietly, and settled into our bunks as the darkness thickened outside. The warmth from the flames lingered in the room, wrapping the cabin in a soft, sleepy glow. I remember feeling safe, tired in the good way that only fresh air and adventure can bring. Morning arrived slowly. Light filtered in through the small windows, pale and uncertain, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and lake water. I remember opening my eyes and feeling that strange stillness that comes just before you fully wake, when the world hasn't quite revealed itself yet. Then I looked down. The concrete floor, which had been empty the night before, was moving. At first, my mind couldn't make sense of it. I thought maybe it was shadows, or some trick of half-sleep. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized the floor was covered, quietly, densely, with snakes. Dozens of them. Then more. Well over 100, their bodies overlapping, looping slowly over one another like living ribbons warmed by the night. They had come in silently while we slept. The heat from our small cooking fire had drawn them close, seeking warmth in the cool night air. They lay there now, calm and unhurried, occupying the space as though it had always belonged to them. Some were small and slender, others thicker and more deliberate in their movements. A few, I was told later, carried venom. Not all, but enough. The room felt impossibly quiet. I didn't scream. No one did. Fear, when it arrives like that, doesn't always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it settles in gently, like a weight on the chest. I remember breathing very carefully, afraid that even the sound of air moving in my lungs might disturb something that didn't need to be disturbed. I didn't have a phobia of snakes. Even then, I understood they weren't monsters. But I also understood distance and consequences, and how far away help could be. The nearest hospital felt like another world entirely. We stayed very still. Time moved differently in that moment. Seconds stretched. The snakes continued their slow, patient shifting, completely uninterested in us, yet impossibly close. The concrete floor was cool and gray beneath them, the contrast making every movement visible, every curve distinct. Eventually, the adults began to whisper. Not panic, never panic. Just quiet instructions, careful and deliberate. Every movement had to be planned, slow enough not to startle anything, gentle enough to pass through without becoming part of the scene. We gathered what we could reach without stepping forward. Much of our belongings were left behind, things that suddenly felt very unimportant. Shoes were slipped on carefully. The door was approached as if it were fragile glass. And then, one by one, we moved. Each step felt like crossing thin ice. I remember watching where I placed my feet, memorizing spaces between coiled bodies, following exactly where others stepped before me. My heart was loud in my ears, but the room itself remained calm, almost peaceful, as if the danger existed only in our awareness of it. When we finally stepped outside, the cool air felt unreal. The lake shimmered in the morning light, birds sang, and the world continued exactly as it always had. Behind us, the cabin stood quietly, holding its secret warmth and its temporary occupants. We didn't go back in. As the years passed, that memory softened around the edges. What remains isn't the fear, not really, but the stillness. The strange understanding, even at that age, that the world doesn't always arrange itself for our comfort. Sometimes it simply is, indifferent and ancient, moving according to its own quiet rules. Now, when I think back on that morning, it feels almost dreamlike. A moment suspended in calm danger, resolved not through noise or chaos, but through patience and respect for something older than fear. And as this memory drifts away, like ripples fading across the surface of a lake at dawn, it leaves behind only a gentle awareness that even the quietest nights can hold unexpected stories, waiting patiently to be remembered before giving way to the next. Some stories arrive like a quiet knock in the night. They don't demand attention. They wait patiently to be heard. This is one of those stories, carried softly through time, spoken in a voice that never raises itself, yet never fades. I first encountered her story in a quiet moment, the kind where the world seems to pause between breaths. Outside, rain moved gently across the window, and the room felt still enough to hold something fragile. Her name was Immaculée Ilibagiza, and what she survived was not loud in the way movies portray fear, but slow, intimate, and deeply unsettling in its silence. Before everything changed, her life was ordinary in the most comforting way. School days filled with routine, familiar faces lining the streets, neighbors who had shared laughter, classrooms, and meals, teachers who once corrected homework, friends who knew her name and her smile. The kind of world where memory feels safe. Then, almost without warning, that world shifted. She writes about how quickly everything turned. Not gradually, not with thunder or spectacle, but with a sudden stillness, like the air just before a storm. People she had known her entire life seemed to become strangers overnight. Familiar voices spoke in new tones. Ordinary gestures carried unfamiliar weight. It was as though something invisible had passed through the community, changing what people saw when they looked at one another. Immaculée found refuge in the smallest of spaces, a bathroom in a pastor's home. A place never meant for living became a sanctuary of stillness. Days blended into nights. Weeks stretched into months. The room was quiet, narrow, and dim, yet it held something powerful. Time to breathe, to think, to survive one moment at a time. Inside that confined space, she listened. She listened to the sounds of a world unraveling beyond the walls. Footsteps, voices, the subtle movements of people passing by who once felt familiar. What made it most unsettling wasn't the noise, it was the recognition. Knowing that those outside were not faceless strangers, but people from her own life. People whose names she knew. People whose stories intertwined with hers. She writes about the ache of that realization more than the fear itself. In her stillness, she turned inward. She held on to memories. She focused on breathing. She found ways to quiet her mind when the hours became too long and the silence too heavy. The bathroom, small as it was, became a place of profound endurance. A place where hope did not shout, it whispered. When she eventually emerged, the world she stepped into was irrevocably changed. So much had been lost. So many voices gone quiet. She carried grief that had no clear shape, paired with the weight of survival itself. And yet, she chose to speak, to write, to remember, not with anger, but with clarity and calm resolve. I teach this story now, carefully, thoughtfully, not because it shocks, but because it reminds. New generations did not witness it. They don't feel its closeness in time. And yet, its lessons are gentle and urgent all the same. How ordinary life can change. How silence can be both shelter and threat. How humanity can fracture and how it can endure. As her story settles, it doesn't leave behind noise. It leaves a quiet awareness, a soft reminder to notice one another. And as the rain continues its steady rhythm, this story drifts gently to rest, making space for the next one to begin. Story number 17. Some stories don't arrive with a scream. They drift in quietly, settling into the corners of your thoughts. They stay with you not because of what they show, but because of what they ask you to carry. During my college years, I took an internship that felt, at first, almost gentle in its description. I worked with documents, testimonies, records gathered with care and intention. The goal was distant but clear, to help the world recognize certain harms for what they truly were, and to name them properly so they could never again be dismissed or minimized. The work itself was quiet. Hours spent reading, organizing, checking details. The soft hum of computers. The slow rhythm of pages turning. It felt like librarian work, careful and methodical, the kind that seems harmless on the surface. And yet, beneath that calm routine lay something heavy, something that pressed inward rather than outward. Each testimony carried a voice, not a loud one, not one that shouted, but a steady human voice speaking from memory, from survival, from loss. As I read, I began to notice how the room felt different. The air seemed thicker. Time stretched strangely, as if the clock itself had slowed out of respect. Even the smallest details, the creak of a chair, the tapping of keys, felt amplified in the silence. Everyone involved in the project understood what we were taking on. We spoke about it openly, in careful terms. We knew the work would change us in ways that were hard to explain. And still, we chose to continue. Not out of obligation, but out of quiet resolve. Compared to what the survivors themselves had endured, our discomfort felt small, but it was not nothing. There were moments when I would step outside after a long session and feel disoriented, as though I had been somewhere far away. I would catch myself replaying fragments of words I had read, not as images, but as emotions. A lingering heaviness, a sadness without sharp edges, but with great depth. It was strange to experience memories that were not mine, yet felt somehow close. Later, I learned there was a name for this kind of thing. The idea that knowledge itself can leave a mark. That simply bearing witness, truly listening, can alter the listener. It felt accurate. These stories were not dangerous because they were sensational. They were dangerous because they were real. Years after that internship, something unexpected happened. One of the survivors whose testimony I had worked with enrolled at my college, on the opposite side of the country. When I saw her, it felt unreal, like two separate timelines had quietly overlapped. She was warm, thoughtful, deeply present, not defined by what she had lived through, but shaped by it in ways that made her compassionate and strong. We became friends. What mattered most, I think, was not that we talked often about the past, but that we could, if needed. There was a shared understanding between us, a sense that certain things did not require explanation. For both of us, speaking those memories aloud to others felt impossible, not because we were unwilling, but because we knew the weight they carried. With each other, that weight felt balanced. There was comfort in knowing that someone else had chosen to hold that knowledge, to face it willingly, and had not turned away. Someone who could listen without breaking. Someone who understood that remembering can be an act of care. Over time, the stories softened at the edges. They did not disappear, but they settled, like sediment at the bottom of still water, present, but no longer stirred by every passing thought. What remained was a quiet respect for resilience, and for the unseen labor of those who bear witness so that others may sleep peacefully. And as this story gently comes to rest, It leaves behind a calm understanding that even the heaviest truths can be carried with care and set down softly before the next story begins. Sometimes the most unsettling stories are not about monsters in the dark, but about quiet roads in daylight, and the feeling that something unseen is watching, deciding, without warning, who gets to go home. I've often thought about how fragile ordinary moments can be. A simple walk, a wrong turn, a pause at the wrong hour. In some places, that thin line between safety and silence feels especially delicate. Mexico is one of those places where the air itself can feel heavy with unspoken rules, where people learn, softly, carefully, to read the mood of a street the way sailors read the sky. The power that certain groups hold there isn't always loud. It doesn't announce itself with chaos. More often, it moves quietly, woven into everyday life. It lingers at gas stations, roadside shops, and intersections where people slow down without knowing exactly why. You feel it in the way conversations lower when unfamiliar footsteps approach, or how eyes avoid meeting yours just a second longer than necessary. There's a particular fear that comes from not knowing what you've done wrong, if anything at all. Sometimes it's not a mistake, not really. Sometimes you simply arrive at a place where you were never meant to be, at a moment already claimed by someone else's plans. The unsettling part is how ordinary that beginning always is. No warning, no sign, just another day that quietly stops being normal. People say wrong place, wrong time all over the world, but here it carries a deeper echo. It can mean being mistaken for someone else, being noticed when you shouldn't have been, being asked a question that doesn't have a safe answer, or being offered a choice that isn't really a choice at all. These moments don't explode, they dissolve. One moment you're there, the next you're absent. What follows is a different kind of horror. Not loud, not immediate. A slow, aching uncertainty that spreads outward to families and loved ones. They wait. They ask. They search. Often, they must do so on their own, guided by whispers and community groups rather than official answers. Hope becomes something fragile, handled with care, like glass. And yet, even in this quiet darkness, there are people who persist. Mothers who walk long stretches of land together in silence. Volunteers who keep records, names, memories alive. Candles lit at dusk. Names spoken aloud so they are not swallowed by forgetting. These small acts of remembrance glow softly against the night, refusing to go out. For those who live there, life continues, not because the fear disappears, but because people learn how to carry it gently, the way one carries a sleeping child. Carefully, protectively, with love stronger than terror. As this story fades into the background, like distant rain on empty streets, it leaves behind a quiet reminder that even in places shadowed by unseen power, human resilience still breathes, waiting for the next dawn and the next story to begin. Some memories arrive softly, without warning. drifting back in moments of quiet reflection. They don't shout or demand attention. They simply wait, patient, until you're ready to remember. This one comes from a time when my life felt heavy in ways I didn't yet know how to explain. I was still young, living in a small town tucked into the Midlands of Ireland, surrounded by green fields and long, gray afternoons. I had moved there from England a few years earlier, and although nothing was outwardly wrong, something inside me felt constantly restless. School weighed on me, days blurred together, and I often lay awake wondering why everything felt so difficult. During that period, I became quietly spiritual. Not loudly or dramatically, just small, private moments of belief. I would sit alone in my bedroom, the door closed, the house breathing gently around me, and whisper hopeful thoughts into the air. I believed, in a simple and almost childlike way, that if I reached out to something greater, life might soften in return. One evening, while scrolling through videos online, I came across something that caught my attention. It was a testimony, someone calmly describing an experience they claimed was real. According to them, they had been shown a place of punishment, guided there by a divine presence, only to awaken back in their bed afterward. The details were unsettling, but what lingered wasn't fear exactly. It was the quiet suggestion that the world might be deeper, stranger, and more watchful than I had assumed. When the video ended, my room felt different. Not darker, not colder, just alert. I sat still on my bed, listening to the distant sounds of the house, muffled voices downstairs, the gentle ticking of time passing. And yet, beneath all of that, there was a subtle sensation I couldn't shake. The feeling of not being entirely alone. Not in a dramatic way. Just the sense that something unseen had noticed me. My chest tightened slightly. I told myself it was nothing. A reaction to the video, perhaps. Still, the feeling of unease grew, like a quiet hum beneath my thoughts. Eventually, I stood up and opened my bedroom door, drawn instinctively toward the familiar safety of where my family was gathered. The staircase was dim, lit only by the soft glow from below. As I stepped down, my mind already began to calm. The normal sounds of life were close now. I was almost there. Then I felt it. A firm, deliberate tap on the back of my shoulder. It wasn't imagined. It wasn't a brush of air. It was a clear, unmistakable touch. I turned instantly, a sound escaping me before I could stop it. The hallway behind me was empty, still, quiet, no movement, no explanation, just the lingering echo of my own breath and the sudden sound of my mother calling my name from the living room, concern woven into her voice. I joined my family, shaken but trying to appear calm. For the rest of the evening, everything felt slightly out of alignment. Ordinary noises felt too loud. Movement caught my attention too easily. Even the gentle presence of our puppy made me tense, as though any unexpected contact might startle me again. Nothing else happened that night, or the nights that followed. We moved away from that house a few months later, and whatever had lingered there seemed content to remain behind. I've never experienced anything quite like it again. Over time, the fear faded, leaving behind only a quiet question mark where certainty should be. Now, when I think back on it, I don't rush to label it. I don't insist it was something supernatural, nor do I dismiss it entirely. Perhaps it was the mind responding to suggestion, emotion, and belief. Or perhaps it was a moment where the ordinary veil felt thin, just for a second. Either way, the memory no longer frightens me. It rests gently in the past, like a page turned slowly, making space for the next story, waiting patiently in the calm hush of the night. Some houses feel quiet the moment you step inside them. Others seem to listen. Even as a child, I could tell the difference. And that house never truly felt asleep. I was around 10 or 11 years old when my family rented it. It wasn't old enough to look haunted in the way movies like to show, but it carried a tired feeling, as if it had already seen too much. The rooms were spacious, the walls freshly painted, and the neighborhood itself was calm. On the surface, it seemed like a place meant for new beginnings. The basement, though, always felt different. It wasn't just a storage space. Down there were actual bedrooms, a bathroom, and one particular room that had a door leading straight outside. That door would later become impossible to forget. At the time, I only knew that it never quite sat right with me. The air felt heavier there, cooler, as if the underground walls held onto old breath and refused to let it go. When we first moved in, we noticed signs that the previous owners hadn't left peacefully. Parts of the drywall had been damaged, holes punched through, deep gashes like someone had taken their anger out on the walls themselves. My parents patched it all up, smoothing the damage away, but the feeling lingered. In the kitchen, we found strange things too. Bottles of alcohol left behind, cards, paper, items stuffed into the oven, as if someone hadn't cared what might happen next. Even as a kid, I sensed it wasn't normal behavior. It gave the house a history we didn't know, and one we hadn't asked for. The basement door, the one that led outside, didn't have a lock. Its small window was cracked, a spider web of broken glass that we planned to fix later. Life was busy, and it didn't feel urgent. It was just a door, after all. A detail easy to forget during the excitement of settling into a new home. A week or two passed. The house began to feel familiar, though never fully comfortable. One afternoon, we went downstairs together. I remember the sound of our footsteps echoing softly, the way voices seemed quieter down there, as if the basement absorbed sound instead of reflecting it. That's when we noticed the door. It wasn't closed, just slightly open. The gap was small, but noticeable, enough to let in a thin slice of light from outside. And right there, on the floor near the doorway, was a knife. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't covered in anything. It simply lay there, still and out of place, as if it had been set down and forgotten. The kind of object that doesn't belong in a shared space, especially not one you're supposed to feel safe in. None of us recognized it. We stood there quietly, the basement suddenly feeling colder. My heart beat a little faster, not with panic, but with confusion. The kind that leaves your thoughts slow and heavy. Had someone been inside? Had the door been opened by the wind? Had it always been like that, and we just hadn't noticed? There were no answers. Only the silence of the basement and the soft hum of the house above us. We picked the knife up carefully and brought it upstairs. The door was closed. Life moved on. No one came knocking. Nothing obvious followed. And yet, something about that moment stayed with me. We still live in that house. Over the years, there have been other things. Strange sounds, moments that felt slightly off, stories we tell carefully and usually at night. Whether that knife belonged to someone living, someone passing through, or something else entirely, I still don't know. What I do know is this. Some places remember things long after people leave, and sometimes they remind you quietly. Now, as that memory settles back into the dark, the house grows still once more, and the night gently opens the door to the next story waiting to be told. Some houses feel quiet the moment you step inside them. Others seem to listen. Even as a child, I could tell the difference. And that house never truly felt asleep. I was around 10 or 11 years old when my family rented it. It wasn't old enough to look haunted in the way movies like to show, but it carried a tired feeling, as if it had already seen too much. The rooms were spacious, the walls freshly painted, and the neighborhood itself was calm. On the surface, it seemed like a place meant for new beginnings. The basement, though, always felt different. It wasn't just a storage space. Down there were actual bedrooms, a bathroom, and one particular room that had a door leading straight outside. That door would later become impossible to forget. At the time, I only knew that it never quite sat right with me. The air felt heavier there, cooler, as if the underground walls held onto old breath and refused to let it go. When we first moved in, we noticed signs that the previous owners hadn't left peacefully. Parts of the drywall had been damaged, holes punched through, deep gashes like someone had taken their anger out on the walls themselves. My parents patched it all up, smoothing the damage away, but the feeling lingered. In the kitchen, we found strange things too. Bottles of alcohol left behind, cards, paper, items stuffed into the oven, as if someone hadn't cared what might happen next. Even as a kid, I sensed it wasn't normal behavior. It gave the house a history we didn't know, and one we hadn't asked for. The basement door, the one that led outside, didn't have a lock. Its small window was cracked, a spider web of broken glass that we planned to fix later. Life was busy, and it didn't feel urgent. It was just a door, after all. A detail easy to forget during the excitement of settling into a new home. A week or two passed. The house began to feel familiar, though never fully comfortable. One afternoon, we went downstairs together. I remember the sound of our footsteps echoing softly, the way voices seemed quieter down there, as if the basement absorbed sound instead of reflecting it. That's when we noticed the door. It wasn't closed, just slightly open. The gap was small, but noticeable, enough to let in a thin slice of light from outside. And right there, on the floor near the doorway, was a knife. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't covered in anything. It simply lay there, still and out of place, as if it had been set down and forgotten. The kind of object that doesn't belong in a shared space, especially not one you're supposed to feel safe in. None of us recognized it. We stood there quietly, the basement suddenly feeling colder. My heart beat a little faster, not with panic, but with confusion. The kind that leaves your thoughts slow and heavy. Had someone been inside? Had the door been opened by the wind? Had it always been like that, and we just hadn't noticed? There were no answers. Only the silence of the basement and the soft hum of the house above us. We picked the knife up carefully and brought it upstairs. The door was closed. Life moved on. No one came knocking. Nothing obvious followed. And yet, something about that moment stayed with me. We still live in that house. Over the years, there have been other things. Strange sounds, moments that felt slightly off, stories we tell carefully and usually at night. Whether that knife belonged to someone living, someone passing through, or something else entirely, I still don't know. What I do know is this. Some places remember things long after people leave, and sometimes they remind you, quietly. Now, as that memory settles back into the dark, the house grows still once more, and the night gently opens the door to the next story waiting to be told. Some stories don't shout. They arrive quietly, long after the moment has passed, returning in dreams, in faint smells, in the stillness before sleep. This is one of those stories. I don't often speak about my time as a soldier, not because of secrecy, but because some memories prefer silence. They settle deep, like dust in an unused room, only lifting when the world grows quiet enough to notice them. Years ago, my work involved traveling to unstable places, retrieving people who were no longer safe where they stood. Sometimes they were citizens. Sometimes they carried information that could change many lives. The mission was always the same in theory. Arrive calmly, extract carefully, leave without being noticed. On one particular assignment, the air felt heavy from the start. We were sent to locate a foreign woman who had been communicating with our intelligence service. She had promised information, important information, about someone dangerous, someone responsible for quiet harm and loud fear. In return, she was meant to disappear into safety, given a new name, a new life, far from where anyone could reach her again. I remember thinking how fragile hope can be, how it often exists only on paper or in whispered conversations. Still, we believed we were in time. The place we were sent to find her was unremarkable. A small, dim interior. Dust resting on surfaces. The faint hum of distant traffic outside. Nothing about it suggested urgency, and yet everything did. That contrast, the normal and the unbearable, has stayed with me longer than anything else. We found her there. Too late. I won't describe what had been done to her. There are things language doesn't need to carry forward. What remains with me is not the image, but the atmosphere. The silence felt thick, almost physical. The air held a scent that did not belong in a place meant for living. It clung to memory in a way that no sound ever could. In that moment, something inside me shifted quietly, not with anger, not even with fear, but with a slow, cold understanding that there are acts so deliberate, so devoid of empathy, that they seem to come from something other than humanity. Faces can look familiar. Voices can sound ordinary. But behind them, sometimes, there is nothing warm at all. We completed what remained of the task. We left. Time moved forward, as it always does. Years have passed since then. Almost a decade. And yet, some nights, when the world is still and the mind begins to wander, I return to that room. Not fully, just fragments. The stillness, the weight of being too late. The quiet question that never quite finds an answer. How does someone learn to do that to another person? I've learned that nightmares don't always come from fear. Sometimes they come from disbelief, from the slow realization that cruelty doesn't always roar. It can be methodical, patient, and calm. But I've also learned something else, just as important. That even witnessing such darkness doesn't erase the existence of gentler things. Compassion, responsibility, the simple act of remembering someone who might otherwise be forgotten. So as this memory softens and fades, like fog lifting at dawn, let it rest gently here. A reminder not only of what humans can become, but of why we must hold on to what keeps us human at all. And now, as this story drifts away, we move quietly onward into the next shadowed tale, waiting patiently in the dark. There are some places where silence speaks louder than noise, where routines run so smoothly that even tragedy seems to move quietly along with them. This is a story about noticing something unsettling, not all at once, but gradually, the way a thought slips in just before sleep. When I lived in Japan for a couple of years, I was struck by how carefully ordered everything felt. Mornings began with soft station chimes and the gentle rhythm of footsteps on polished platforms. Trains arrived with remarkable precision, doors opening as if guided by an unseen hand. The city breathed in patterns, predictable, calm, almost comforting. It didn't take long, though, to notice the pauses. At first, they were subtle. A delay announced over the speakers in a voice that was calm, apologetic, and carefully neutral. The phrasing was always the same, delivered with practiced gentleness. People would sigh quietly, glance at their watches, and adjust their plans with polite efficiency. I asked someone once why these delays happened so often. The answer came softly, almost casually. It was spoken as something everyone already knew, an unspoken understanding passed along without ceremony. Certain knowledge, they explained, had become common, not because it was discussed openly, but because it had happened often enough to sink into the background of daily life. That realization sat heavily with me. From then on, I noticed more. How the platform stayed calm even when announcements stretched longer than usual. How station staff moved with careful purpose. How commuters stood in neat lines, eyes forward, faces composed. Occasionally, a train would arrive later than expected, and there would be signs that something had gone wrong. Nothing explicit, nothing dramatic. Just a sense that the order had briefly fractured. The first few times, it made my chest feel tight. I remember standing there, listening to the rain tap against the station roof, feeling an ache for someone I would never know. I wondered about the quiet decisions that must have preceded that moment, and the loneliness that could exist in a city so full of people. What unsettled me most was not the event itself, but how quickly the world smoothed itself over afterward. Days passed, weeks, months. Eventually, I noticed a change in myself. When an announcement played and the train was delayed again, my thoughts no longer rushed toward sorrow first. Instead, they drifted toward calculations, connections, schedules, obligations waiting on the other side of the commute. I would catch myself hoping the delay wouldn't stretch too long. That moment of realization was the quietest horror of all. Standing on the platform, surrounded by hundreds of other people, I became aware that many of us were thinking the same way. Not because we were unkind, but because repetition had dulled the edges of empathy. The system moved on, and so did we. It frightened me, not loudly, not suddenly, but deeply, to understand how easily the weight of a human life could be measured against minutes and inconvenience. To feel that shift happen inside my own thoughts, without warning, and yet that awareness mattered. It reminded me that compassion doesn't disappear all at once. It fades slowly when we aren't watching. And noticing that fade, pausing to feel it, even briefly, is its own quiet act of resistance. So when I think back to those platforms now, I remember more than the trains. I remember the rain-soaked mornings, the soft announcements, and the stillness shared between strangers. I remember learning how important it is to stop, even for a moment, and let empathy return. As this memory settles gently into the dark, let it rest here, and when you're ready, we'll drift softly onward, to the next story waiting patiently in the quiet. Some memories fade softly with time. Others remain quiet and clear, no matter how many years pass. This is one of those memories for me. a moment from childhood that still visits me in the dark. I was 10 years old, living in a small home where the nights were usually peaceful. The kind of house that creaked gently as it settled, where familiar sounds became part of the comfort of falling asleep. That night felt no different at first. I had gone to bed as usual, wrapped in blankets, drifting into the slow rhythm of sleep. At some point during the night, I woke with the simple need to use the bathroom. The house was dim and hushed, lit only by faint light spilling in from distant street lamps. I remember walking quietly, half asleep, my feet cold against the floor, my thoughts slow and dreamy. When I returned to my room, I didn't close the door. My bedroom opened directly into the kitchen, a short and ordinary space I had passed through countless times. The door remained slightly open as I climbed back into bed, my body already sinking into that soft place between waking and sleep. As I lay there, my eyes drifting closed, I glanced toward the kitchen. That's when I saw it. Standing there, just inside the kitchen, was a figure bathed in a strange green glow. It wasn't bright, not glowing like a light, but softly colored, like moonlight filtered through something unfamiliar. The shape was human-like, yet not quite right. Its hands looked misshapen, stretched in ways my young mind couldn't understand, and its outline felt uncertain, as though it didn't fully belong in the room. I didn't hear it move. I didn't hear anything at all. The moment lasted only a second or two, but it felt suspended, as if time had paused just long enough for me to notice. Then, just as quietly as it appeared, it was gone. No footsteps, no sound, just the empty kitchen, exactly as it had always been. I pulled the covers over my head, my heart beating gently but fast. My thoughts tumbled softly through my mind, not screaming, not panicking, just wondering. What was it? Could it hurt us? Was it something bad or something unknown? I remember thinking about things I barely understood at that age. Ideas of beings from far away, of things that didn't belong but sometimes wandered too close. And somehow, despite it all, I fell asleep. Morning came like it always did. Sunlight filled the house. The kitchen looked normal. The air felt safe again. Life continued, unchanged. I never saw the figure again. Even now, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a dream drifting into waking life. Maybe it was stress or imagination, or the strange way the mind works when it's half asleep. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something quiet, passing through, leaving no trace behind. All I know is this: the memory stayed. And as the night settles once more, and the house grows still, that childhood moment gently fades into darkness, making room for the next soft story waiting just beyond sleep. There are moments in life that don't feel frightening while they're happening. They feel quiet, ordinary, almost gentle. It's only afterward, when you look back, that you realize something important is missing. This happened to my girlfriend and me on a familiar drive, one we had taken many times before. Her parents lived several hours north, and once or twice a year we'd make the trip to visit them. The route was always the same highway, the same stretches of road, the same landmarks passing by like old acquaintances. Even our habits never changed. There was a small roadside park we always stopped at, a quiet place with a few trees, a gravel lot, and just enough space for our dog to stretch his legs. That afternoon, we left around 1 o'clock. The sun was bright but soft, the kind of light that makes long drives feel peaceful rather than tiring. We talked casually, listened to music, and watched the miles slide past. Everything felt normal, comfortably normal. The plan was simple: arrive by early evening, sit down for dinner, catch up with family. A little while into the drive, we pulled into that familiar park, the same one we always used. The dog hopped out, sniffed around the grass, and we stood there quietly, enjoying the stillness. I remember thinking how calm it felt. No rush, no stress, just a brief pause in the journey. Then we got back in the car and continued on our way. The highway stretched ahead of us again, straight and steady. Time felt smooth, uninterrupted. The sky slowly shifted toward late afternoon hues, the light warming as it leaned toward evening. Nothing felt unusual. Nothing felt wrong. And then, without any sense of transition, we were pulling into the same park again. At first, it didn't register. Familiar places have a way of blending together when you travel often. We parked. The dog stirred, ready to get out. Only when we stepped onto the gravel did something feel off. The air felt heavier, quieter. We both looked around, our eyes tracing the same details we had seen earlier. The same trees, the same worn picnic table, the same small sign near the road. Neither of us spoke right away. There was a strange fog in my thoughts, like waking from a nap you don't remember falling into. My girlfriend looked at me with the same distant confusion, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she was trying to piece together a thought that wouldn't quite form. We took the dog out again, moving slowly, almost automatically. It was only when I checked my phone that the silence broke. Missed calls, messages, more than a few. Her parents asking where we were. Concern edging into panic as the timestamps told a story we couldn't understand. It was already past 6. Hours had passed. Hours we couldn't account for. We stood there, the soft evening light settling over the park, trying to make sense of it. Neither of us remembered turning around. Neither of us remembered stopping anywhere else. There was no sense of lost control, no feeling of fear or disorientation, just a blank space where time should have been. The rest of the drive passed quietly. We arrived late, offered explanations that felt thin even to our own ears, and spent the evening distracted by the same unanswered question. The next day, still unsettled, we did what we could think to do. We had the car inspected, wondering if there had been some mechanical issue, some invisible danger we hadn't noticed. Carbon monoxide, maybe. Something explainable. Something ordinary. The mechanics found nothing. The car was nearly new, clean, functioning perfectly, and so the question remained. To this day, I can't tell you what happened on that highway. I can't explain how hours slipped away without leaving a trace, or how we ended up back at the same quiet park, standing in the same place twice in one afternoon. There's no dramatic conclusion, no clear answer, just a memory shaped like an absence. Sometimes, when I think about it late at night, I imagine that stretch of road still there, calm and empty, holding on to those missing hours like a secret it never plans to share. And as that thought drifts gently away, it makes room for the next quiet story, waiting patiently in the dark. Some nights change you without making a sound. No thunder, no fear. Just a quiet turn in the dark. This was one of those nights. The kind that feels ordinary until you realize it never truly ended. For a long time, my life existed slightly out of sync with the world. My sleep schedule had unraveled so completely that day and night felt like suggestions rather than rules. I would fall asleep as the sky was already beginning to pale, sometime around 6 in the morning, and wake in the middle of the afternoon, groggy and disoriented. Phone calls went unanswered. Meals were skipped or replaced with whatever was closest and easiest. Time slipped by without edges, blending into one long, dim stretch. It wasn't dramatic. It was just dull chaos. That night began the same way so many others had. I was lying in bed, the room lit only by the soft glow of my phone, scrolling endlessly through posts that barely registered in my mind. The hour crept past 2 in the morning. Outside, the world felt distant, asleep without me. Then my phone went dark. The battery had finally given up. I remember sighing, turning the device over in my hand, thinking about the charger somewhere in the room, or maybe in another room entirely. The idea of getting up felt like too much effort for something that could wait until tomorrow, or later, or never. So I placed the phone beside me, closed my eyes, and told myself I would rest for just a moment. The next thing I knew, my eyes opened. Light filled the room, not harsh or blinding, but gentle. Morning light. The kind that doesn't demand attention, only offers it. I glanced at the clock, expecting confusion or disappointment. 7:30 a.m. No alarm. No reason. Just awake. For a few seconds, I lay still, listening. Birds were outside, not chirping frantically, but calmly, as if they were following a script written long ago. The air felt balanced, like everything was exactly where it should be. That unsettled me more than panic ever could have. Something felt adjusted. I moved slowly, testing the moment. When I stood up, there was no heavy fog in my head, no resentment toward the day, just a quiet sense of clarity, like waking from a dream you didn't realize you were having. In the kitchen, I surprised myself. Instead of reaching for the quickest option, I cooked breakfast. Real breakfast. Eggs gently sizzling in a pan, bread warming just enough to turn golden. The smells were grounding, familiar in a way I hadn't felt in years. And when I finished eating, I washed the pan immediately, as if this were something I did all the time. I even paused, sponge in hand, wondering who exactly had made that decision. The day unfolded gently after that. Emails were answered without dread. Messages returned. I stepped outside not because I had to, but because it felt right. The sky looked wider than I remembered. The air carried quiet movement, leaves shifting, distant traffic, life continuing at a steady pace. I went for a walk with no destination. People passed by, and some of them smiled. One older man nodded at me as we crossed paths, a small gesture that felt strangely significant, as though I had been recognized. Not personally, just included. By evening, I felt tired in a clean, natural way. When night came, I went to bed before midnight without forcing it. Sleep arrived smoothly, like it had been waiting patiently for me to return. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, my nights and mornings have fallen into place with surprising ease. I sleep when it's dark. I wake when it's light. My thoughts feel sharper, calmer, as if someone quietly reorganized the inside of my mind while I wasn't looking. Sometimes I think about how strange it all is. How a dead phone and a missing charger seem to reset something fundamental. Like a hidden switch had been flipped, or a patch had been applied to a system that had been running wrong for years. I won't pretend I don't miss the chaos now and then. There was comfort in the blur, in existing outside the rhythm of the world. But this version of me, this quieter, steadier self, feels complete. Like something that was always meant to be here. I still haven't found my charger. And sometimes, late at night, as the house settles and the world grows soft again, I wonder if losing it was the point. A small disappearance that made room for something better. And as the night gently carries us forward, this thought drifts away, making space for the next calm story waiting just beyond sleep. Some memories don't arrive with fear at first. They return quietly, like a distant train horn in the night. You don't hear them often, but when you do, they never leave you the same way again. I was 14 when this happened, old enough to feel responsible, young enough to still believe the night was mostly harmless. It was summer, One of those warm stretches where staying out late felt natural, almost expected. My three brothers and I had walked to a small park not far from home, less than a quarter-mile away. It was an old memorial park, built long ago near abandoned train tracks. A train had derailed there in the early 1900s, and people had lost their lives. The tracks were still there, quiet and rusted, stretching into the darkness like they were remembering something. We didn't talk about that history much. The place just felt calm at night, empty. The kind of silence that makes your footsteps sound louder than they should. Crickets hummed softly, and the air carried that familiar summer stillness. We had been there many times before, especially on weekends. Nothing had ever felt wrong. As we started walking back, crossing the tracks and heading toward the road that led home, I noticed a black car parked down the street. It wasn't moving, just sitting there, dark and unlit. I remember thinking about it for only a second before letting it fade from my mind. We turned left, heading toward our dad's house. Our footsteps were steady, unhurried. Then I heard someone behind us. A man's voice, calm but unfamiliar, floated through the quiet. He asked if he could ask us something. I slowed just enough to respond, instinctively guiding my brothers ahead of me. I told them to keep walking, not to stop. My voice sounded steady, even though something inside me had shifted. It wasn't fear yet, more like awareness. There was something sharper in his tone then. I told him he could ask from where he was, that there was no need to come closer. The street felt suddenly too open, too quiet, like the night itself was listening. That was when he started running. There was no shouting, no dramatic moment. Just the sound of sudden footsteps pounding against pavement. We ran without thinking, our breathing loud in our ears. I told my brothers to turn right instead of going straight home, hoping to keep him from knowing where we lived. Streets blurred together as we turned corners, the neighborhood stretching longer than it ever had before. Eventually, we hid in thick bushes along the side of the road. Leaves pressed against our arms as we crouched low, barely daring to breathe. We watched as the man ran past us, slowing only slightly, then disappearing down another street. The night swallowed him up, leaving behind nothing but silence and the sound of our own hearts. We waited longer than we needed to, just to be sure. When we finally moved again, every shadow felt deeper, every sound closer. But we made it home safely. Inside, the living room lights were on, bright against the darkness outside. The television played softly, casting moving shapes across the walls. A large window behind us revealed everything to the street, though we didn't think about that at first. We sat together, speaking quietly, replaying what had happened in small, uncertain sentences. Then I saw the black car. It passed by the house slowly, headlights dim, almost casual. I tried to convince myself it belonged to a neighbor. A minute or two later, it passed again. Then again. Each time, the engine sound felt closer, more deliberate. When the headlights finally stopped outside our window, the light poured into the room, freezing us in place. I told my brothers to get down, to stay out of sight. My legs felt heavy as I went to get my dad. He listened without interrupting. When he stood up, his movements were calm and measured. He held something behind his back as he walked to the door. I didn't ask what it was. Two men stood outside, both dressed in dark clothing. Their voices were polite, apologetic. They said they hadn't meant to scare us earlier. Claimed someone had taken something from their porch and they were just asking around. They pointed to a house on the corner, saying they lived there. I knew they didn't. None of us had ever seen them before. Not the men, not the car, and we never saw either again. The door closed. The night returned to its quiet state, as if nothing had happened at all. But something had changed. Even now, years later, I still think about that night. Not with panic, but with a slow, lingering unease. The kind that settles deep and stays there. Some questions never get answers. Some moments are meant only to remind us how thin the line is between ordinary nights and the ones we carry with us forever. And as the darkness gently stretches on, this memory fades into the background, making room for the next quiet story, waiting just beyond sleep. Some experiences don't announce themselves as frightening. They arrive quietly, wrapped in coincidence and curiosity. Only later do they settle into your memory with a strange, lingering weight. In my early 20s, I spent a lot of evenings alone, wandering through small video stores and picking out obscure films that most people overlooked. One night, a movie caught my attention simply because of its title, horror. It didn't promise much, and that was part of the appeal. The only familiar face attached to it was a man known not for acting, but for something far more subtle. A famous mentalist, a hypnotist, someone whose entire career was built around the quiet power of suggestion. In the film, he played a character hidden behind calm eyes and gentle words. There was a particular scene that stayed with me, not because it was loud or dramatic, but because it was unsettlingly still. He performed a real hypnotic demonstration on screen, something simple, almost old-fashioned. People standing perfectly rigid, breathing slow, minds open. Even watching it alone in my living room, I remember feeling a faint chill, not fear exactly, but awareness, as if the room itself had grown quieter. Life moved on, as it always does. A couple of years later, I heard that the same man would be appearing in a nearby town square. The date stood out in a way that felt oddly deliberate, though I told myself that was just coincidence. I decided it might be interesting to see him in person. to stand in the same space as someone whose presence had lingered in my thoughts longer than I expected. As I drove toward the square, the day felt ordinary. Clear sky, light traffic. People gathered in small clusters near the green. Then, from a distance, no more than half a football field away, I saw him. He was turned toward a group of people, speaking calmly, just another figure in a public space. And then he turned. His eyes met mine with a certainty that stopped me cold. It didn't feel like a glance that wandered or landed by chance. It felt intentional, as though he knew exactly who I was, exactly why I was there, long before I ever parked the car. Something inside me tightened, quiet but firm. I never stopped. I never got out. I simply drove away, my heart steady but my thoughts uncomfortably loud. Years passed again. Life filled in the space around that memory, dulling its edges. One night, my roommate and I decided to watch the film together. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed, lights low, conversation slow. We put the movie on without much thought, letting it play as background more than anything else. When the hypnotism scene began, the room seemed to change. The air felt thicker. The sound of his voice, calm, measured, deliberate, seemed to press gently against my thoughts. I remember wanting to reach for the remote, to pause or turn it off, but my body didn't respond the way I expected it to. My roommate was just as still. Time blurred. Not vanished, just softened around the edges. It felt as though we were listening from a distance, aware but unfocused, suspended in a quiet moment that stretched longer than it should have. There was no panic, no struggle, just the unsettling realization that we were no longer entirely in control of our attention. Eventually, the spell lifted as gently as it had arrived. We sat there in silence, the screen still glowing softly in the dark. Neither of us spoke right away. There was nothing to say that would fully explain what had just happened. I've never watched that movie again. I've never tried to meet him in person. And even now, when I think back on it, I don't frame it as something evil or violent. Just strange, personal, as if, in some quiet and inexplicable way, I had brushed against something that noticed me noticing it. The memory fades as all memories do, becoming softer with time. And in that softness, it makes space for the next story, waiting patiently, somewhere in the dark, ready to be told. Some memories don't have sharp edges. They arrive softly, like a dream you half remember just before sleep. Even years later, they feel distant and blurred, yet the emotion inside them remains strangely clear. I don't really know how old I was when this happened. I was very small, young enough that most of my world existed in soft shapes and familiar textures. What I remember most clearly is being wrapped tightly in a Spider-Man blanket, the fabric warm and comforting against my skin. The room around me felt too big, too quiet, as if the night had stretched itself wide while I wasn't looking. I remember crying, not loudly, but with that tired, helpless sadness that comes when a child doesn't yet know how to explain fear. The house itself is only a vague outline in my memory. I call it the brown house, though I don't know why. Colors felt stronger back then, more emotional than logical. The bedroom was dim, lit only by shadows that leaned gently along the walls. The air felt heavy, like it does right before sleep takes over. Somewhere in that stillness, I sensed something tall standing nearby. It didn't rush or move suddenly. It was simply there. I couldn't see a face, only a shape that seemed unfinished, like a figure made from flickering warmth and darkened color. My mind tried to understand it the only way it knew how, filling in details that felt confusing and unreal. I remember feeling pressure, a tightness that made me panic, not from pain, but from fear. My breathing felt shallow, and I remember the blanket pulling tighter around me as I struggled to move. The room seemed to sway gently, as if the moment itself was rocking me between waking and dreaming. Then, just as quietly as it appeared, the moment faded. The room returned to shadows and silence. I don't remember how it ended, only that it did. What stayed with me wasn't the image, but the feeling, the deep, helpless fear that lingered long after. The second memory feels clearer somehow, as if I was a little older then. I call that place the Blue House. Again, I don't know where it was, only that the color felt important. I remember being in the basement with my uncle. Basements always felt different to me. Cooler, quieter, like the world above had been gently shut away. Before he went upstairs, he told me not to open the door to his bedroom. His voice wasn't angry, just firm, and that alone made the room feel more serious. When he left, the basement grew still. No footsteps, no voices, just the soft hum of a house settling into itself. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the door. Curiosity and unease twisted together inside me. My hand reached out before my thoughts could stop it. When the door opened, the darkness inside felt thicker than the rest of the room. From that shadow, a shape seemed to separate itself slowly, like a thought becoming visible. It didn't rush. It didn't speak. It simply moved closer, calm and deliberate, its outline strange and unfamiliar. My chest tightened with fear, the kind that freezes you in place for a heartbeat too long. Instinct finally took over. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing sharply through the basement. I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me, my voice breaking as I told my uncle there was something in his room. Even as the words left my mouth, I wasn't sure how to explain what I had seen. I only knew that I was terrified. Looking back now, I don't know what those moments truly were. Dreams, imagination, childhood fear, or something else entirely. The details blur, soften, fade at the edges. But the feeling remains. That deep, quiet fear that settles into a child's heart when the world feels too big and too unknown. Over time, those memories grew quieter. They became part of the background, like distant echoes from a much earlier life. And as the night stretches on and sleep draws closer, they gently drift away again, making space for the next soft story, waiting patiently in the dark. Headlights hummed softly against the pavement, and the world beyond my windshield felt distant and unreal. It was the kind of night where exhaustion settles deep into your bones, and even the silence feels heavy. At the time, I was in the middle of moving across states, my life packed into boxes and memories stuffed into the back of my car. Mile after mile passed beneath my tires, each exit sign glowing faintly before slipping behind me. The highway was mostly empty, just the low rush of air and the gentle vibration of the engine keeping me company. My two dogs were curled beside me, their breathing slow and steady, a comforting rhythm that matched my own growing fatigue. Eventually, the tiredness became impossible to ignore. My eyelids felt heavy, my thoughts drifting in slow, unfocused loops. I knew it wasn't safe to keep going like that. So when I spotted an off-ramp, dimly lit and quiet, I took it without much thought. I pulled over, parked near the edge of the road, and let the engine rest. The night air was still. No other cars passed. Just darkness, calm, and the soft presence of my dogs nearby. I reclined my seat slightly, telling myself it would only be a short nap. Just enough to clear my head. Just enough to feel human again. Sleep came quickly, like sinking into deep water. Time blurred, and for a while everything felt peaceful. Then the barking started. It cut through my sleep like a sudden crack in glass. My dogs were no longer calm. They were frantic, loud, panicked. Their bodies were tense, their growls sharp and urgent. My heart jolted awake before my mind fully caught up. Disoriented, I lifted my head and tried to understand what was happening. That's when I saw him. In the side mirror, illuminated faintly by distant highway lights, a man was walking toward my car. Slowly, deliberately. One of his hands was hidden behind his back. The other swung lightly at his side as he moved closer, his footsteps soundless against the night. Something about him felt wrong immediately. Not loud, not aggressive, just deeply unsettling. As my dogs barked louder, I noticed his expression change. The calm, unreadable look on his face flickered into something else. Surprise, maybe even frustration. It was as if he hadn't expected me to wake up. Or worse, he hadn't expected them. Only then did I realize his vehicle was parked far behind mine, well out of sight. He hadn't driven up close. He had walked, carefully, quietly, as if trying not to be noticed. We locked eyes through the mirror. The look on his face is something I still remember clearly. His eyes were sharp, focused, and empty in a way that made my chest tighten. There was no confusion there, no hesitation, just intent, and that was enough. My hands moved before my thoughts could slow them down. I pressed the start button. The car came to life without a sound, the hybrid engine humming so softly it barely disturbed the air. For a split second, I wondered if he even realized the car was on. Then I shifted into drive. That's when he changed pace. His walk turned quicker, more urgent. His body leaned forward slightly, closing the distance faster now. My dogs barked even harder, their bodies pressed protectively toward the windows. I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I pressed the accelerator and pulled away sharply, the tires whispering against the road. I ducked my head instinctively, my heart pounding, my breath shallow. I didn't know what he had behind his back. I didn't want to know. Only when I had put a long stretch of road between us did I dare to glance behind me. In the mirror, I saw him running back toward his vehicle, his shape shrinking as distance swallowed him whole. I didn't slow down. I took the next exit, then another. I changed routes entirely, letting unfamiliar roads carry me far away from that place. The night felt different now, less peaceful, more watchful. Every passing car made my muscles tense. Every shadow felt heavier than it should have. I thought about calling someone, anyone. But what could I say? I didn't know what his car looked like. I didn't know his name. All I had was a feeling, and the echo of those eyes in my mirror. By the time dawn finally softened the sky, the fear had settled into something quieter, something lasting. A reminder. A lesson learned the hard way. To this day, I don't stop to rest on the side of the road anymore. I plan my trips carefully. I make sure I'm rested before I leave. Some moments don't need answers to leave a mark. Some warnings arrive without words. And as the highway continues on, stretching endlessly into the dark, I carry that night with me. A quiet reminder that sometimes it's the things that approach silently that come the closest to changing everything. And as the road fades once more into shadow, another story waits patiently ahead, drifting softly, just beyond the next mile marker. Some sounds don't announce where they come from. They simply arrive, soft and uninvited, slipping into the quiet moments when the road stretches long, and the world feels briefly suspended between places. My mother and I have always been practical people. We look for reasons first, explanations grounded in what can be tested and proven. That afternoon, as we drove away from my hometown, logic was the only thing either of us trusted. The land around us was wide and open, the kind of plains that seem endless, broken only by long fences, distant houses, and thin lines of trees following the curves of the road. The sky felt vast, and the highway noise slowly faded as we turned onto a quieter back road. The pavement narrowed into a single lane in each direction, winding gently through private land and large, quiet homes set far back from the road. Cars traveled ahead of us and behind us, all keeping a respectful distance as we moved steadily along at highway speed. Inside the car, everything felt calm and ordinary. The windows were up. The air conditioner hummed softly. A story played through the speakers, low and steady, filling the space with familiar voices. There wasn't much wind that I could see. The fields lay still, tall grass barely shifting. The road itself was textured with rumble strips just beyond the painted lines, a gentle reminder to stay centered as the asphalt curved and dipped. I remember feeling relaxed, focused on driving, my thoughts drifting easily with the rhythm of the road. As I rounded a bend to the right, a sound slipped into the car. At first, it was so subtle that my mind almost ignored it. A distant, flowing tone, like a voice held just beyond recognition. My mother and I looked at each other at the same time, sharing a quiet glance that said, "You heard that too, didn't you?" Neither of us spoke. The sound faded, and we returned our attention to the drive. Then it came again. This time it lingered a little longer, rising and falling in a way that felt deliberate. My mother turned toward me, her voice calm but uncertain, and asked if I had heard it. I nodded and reached for the volume, turning the story down, then up again, just to be sure it wasn't part of the audio. The sound remained, untouched by the controls. It reminded me of music you hear when parking far from a concert venue, not the song itself, but the echo of it. Familiar in shape, unfamiliar in detail. A voice carrying emotion without words. It felt close, impossibly close, as if someone were singing quietly from the back seat, yet there was no one there. I asked my mother to check her phone. Maybe something had started playing without us noticing. She unlocked it, brows furrowed, then shook her head. Silence. She paused the story completely, leaving the car wrapped in a softer quiet. Still, the sound continued. We rolled the windows down, then back up again, listening carefully. Outside, the fields rushed past, empty and open. No other car was close enough to explain it. If someone nearby had music playing loud enough for us to hear it clearly at that speed, it would have been overwhelming. But there was nothing. No bass. No rhythm. Just that voice-like tone, smooth and mournful, drifting in and out as if carried on something we couldn't see. For several minutes, the sound followed us. It didn't feel inside the car, but it didn't belong to the outside either. It wasn't louder with the windows down, nor quieter when they were closed. It didn't shift with speed or direction. It simply existed, hovering somewhere between us and the world beyond the glass. I remember tightening my grip on the steering wheel, not out of fear, but out of confusion. A quiet, creeping uncertainty that made me wonder if my senses were playing tricks on me. The melody, if it could be called that, felt old and emotional, like a long, drawn-out lament. Something sorrowful, almost beautiful, but unsettling in how unplaceable it was. There were no clear words, no language I could recognize. Just a flowing operatic sound that rose and fell gently, never sharp, never loud, never urgent. Eventually, without any clear reason, it faded. The road continued on as if nothing unusual had happened. The fields stayed quiet. The car returned to its familiar hum. My mother and I sat in silence for a while, letting the normal world slowly settle back into place. Neither of us felt panicked. If anything, we felt thoughtful, grounded by the simple fact that we had shared the experience. Even now, I don't claim to know what it was. Wind moving across the road in a strange way. Tires singing against the pavement. Air flowing around the car just right. There are explanations that might fit, if only loosely. Still, the memory remains gentle and unresolved, like a question without urgency. And as the drive continued, the sound became just another quiet story carried by the road, one that fades naturally into the background, making room for the next calm moment and the next soft, drifting tale waiting somewhere ahead. Some nights leave behind a feeling that lingers quietly through the day. Not fear, not panic, just a soft unease you can't quite name. The kind that settles into your thoughts like fog and waits patiently for meaning. This happened years ago, back in 2001, during a time in my life that felt ordinary in every possible way. My days followed simple routines. My nights passed without incident, and nothing about that evening suggested it would stay with me for so long. I went to bed as usual, the room dim and quiet, the faint hum of the city filtering through the walls. Sleep arrived gently, without struggle. The dream itself was strange, but not dramatic. I found myself seated on a small plane, the kind meant for short trips. The cabin was narrow and softly lit, filled with unfamiliar faces. No one spoke. No one seemed distressed. There was no turbulence at first, just the low, steady vibration of flight and the muted sound of air rushing past the windows. Somewhere in that calm, something shifted. The plane began to descend at an angle that felt wrong. Not sharply, not violently, just enough to notice. The silence inside the cabin thickened, as though the air itself had grown heavier. I remember realizing, in that distant dream logic way, that we were going down. There was no screaming, no chaos, only a quiet certainty settling in. And then I woke up. I sat upright in bed, heart beating faster than before, but not racing. There was no panic, no cold sweat, just the clear awareness that I'd had a bad dream. One of those unsettling ones that end too soon, leaving no resolution behind. I glanced at the clock, registering the time without much thought, and let out a slow breath. Well, I remember thinking, calm but slightly shaken, that wasn't pleasant. Within minutes, the feeling faded. I reminded myself it was just a dream, nothing more than the mind rearranging fragments of thought. I got up, started my morning, and let routine smooth everything over. The day moved forward like any other. At the time, I worked at a record store, stationed mostly at the ticket and information counter. Music played softly throughout the space, shelves packed tight with albums from every genre. It was familiar, comforting, an environment I knew well. When I arrived that morning, though, the mood felt subtly off. One of my co-workers stood behind the counter, quieter than usual. He was more into R&B, while my tastes leaned heavily toward metal and hard rock. We didn't overlap much musically, but we got along well enough. When I asked how things were going, he looked up slowly, his expression tired and heavy. He told me, gently, that Aaliyah had died. "A plane crash," he said. "A small plane." The words settled over me slowly, like dust drifting down in a quiet room. I felt a strange stillness take hold as I listened. I didn't react outwardly at first. I barely knew who she was. I couldn't have named one of her songs back then. That world of music was far outside my own. There was no reason for her name, or that kind of news, to have been anywhere near my thoughts. Later, I read the details. The more I learned, the colder that familiar feeling returned. The size of the plane, the timing, the way it all lined up so precisely with something my mind had created only hours earlier. I searched for rational explanations immediately. Maybe I'd heard something on the radio without realizing it. Maybe a passing comment had slipped into my subconscious. But I listened almost exclusively to a heavy rock station at the time. The odds felt impossibly thin. It wasn't fear that followed. It was something quieter. A gentle but persistent awareness that sometimes coincidences can feel uncomfortably close. That the mind, in its own mysterious way, might brush against moments before they arrive. Or perhaps it was exactly what logic insisted, a 1 in a million chance, nothing more. Still, the feeling stayed with me. Even now, years later, I remember how calm the dream felt, how peaceful the cabin was, how there was no warning beyond a subtle knowing, and how reality, hours later, echoed that same quiet descent. Eventually, the day continued. Customers came and went. Music played on. Life carried forward, steady and predictable once more. And that strange moment softened with time, folding itself into memory. Some stories don't demand belief. They simply ask to be remembered. And as the night grows quiet again, as the mind drifts gently between thought and sleep, there are countless moments like this, waiting patiently for their turn to surface. Some places feel quiet in a way that invites you in. Others feel quiet because they are watching. It can be hard to tell the difference, especially when you're young and alone. This happened when I was in my early teens, during a time when wandering felt harmless and the countryside seemed endless and forgiving. I lived near a stretch of Irish riverland that curved gently through fields and trees, far from roads and voices. The air there always carried the soft scent of damp earth and moss, and the sound of water moving steadily over stone was constant, like slow breathing. I used to walk there often, following the river as it disappeared into shaded bends. The area felt forgotten by time, scattered with old ruins and broken stonework half swallowed by ivy and roots. Remnants of walls, collapsed roofs, and structures whose original purpose had long faded into guesswork. To me, They were fascinating, silent markers of lives that had passed quietly away. That afternoon, the light was muted by clouds, the sky a pale gray that softened everything it touched. Birds called occasionally from high branches, but otherwise the world felt hushed. As I moved deeper along the riverbank, I noticed a cluster of tall trees forming a dark pocket of shade just ahead. Hidden within them was something unusual. At the center of that small copse stood a large circular stone structure. It looked like the skeletal remains of an old watchtower, 3 stories high, open to the sky, its interior hollowed and cool. Moss crept along its surface, and small openings punctured the stone walls at uneven intervals. It felt ancient, heavy with history, and strangely well concealed, as if the trees had grown deliberately to protect it from sight. Curiosity drew me closer. I stepped inside, running my hand lightly along the cold stone as my eyes adjusted to the darker interior. The air felt still there, insulated from the wind. My footsteps echoed faintly, and I remember feeling very small inside that circular space. I moved slowly, exploring, turning corners, listening to the river behind me. Then something shifted. As I rounded part of the structure, I caught movement through one of the openings. A figure, distant but approaching. A man walking toward the tower. My first reaction wasn't fear, it was awareness. A tightening feeling in my chest, the way instincts speak before thoughts form. He was still far enough away that details blurred, but something about his posture felt wrong. Unhurried, intent. The isolation of the place suddenly felt much heavier. The river blocked one direction behind me. The open countryside lay exposed ahead. I didn't want to be seen, didn't want to announce my presence. So I pressed myself against the stone and stayed still, letting the tower hide me. There were small holes in the stone walls, just large enough to peer through. I used them carefully, barely moving, watching as the man drew closer. Leaves crunched softly beneath his feet. The sound carried clearly in the quiet. He stopped. He was now on the opposite side of the tower from me, only a few meters away, close enough that my breathing felt loud in my ears. There was no way he could have known I was there. I hadn't made a sound. I hadn't stepped into view, and yet he stood completely still. Time stretched. Seconds passed, then longer. The silence grew dense, broken only by the river's steady murmur. My heart beat hard but controlled, each pulse echoing through my body. I didn't move. I barely blinked. Then he began to walk again. Slowly, deliberately, he started circling the structure. Panic crept in quietly, like cold seeping through stone. I matched his movement, tiptoeing in the opposite direction, careful to place each foot where the ground was soft. Dry leaves waited everywhere, ready to betray me with the smallest mistake. We moved like that, unseen mirrors of each other. One circling outward, one circling inward. I could hear him, always just out of sight. My world narrowed to sound and shadow and the rough texture of stone beneath my fingertips. When we reached the point where we had started, both of us stopping again, my heart felt as though it might give me away. He stood there silently for another long moment. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of him adjusting his belt. The intimacy of it, the casual nature, felt unsettling in a way I still can't fully explain. He relieved himself there, unbothered, unhurried, as if entirely alone. When he finished, he began to walk away. I counted his steps without meaning to. 3, 4. The crunch of leaves fading, and then nothing. No footsteps, no movement, just silence. I waited. Carefully, slowly, I lifted myself just enough to peer over the stone edge. The space beyond the tower was empty. The trees stood motionless. The path was clear. I didn't move for a long time after that. Minutes passed while I stayed hidden, letting the tension drain away inch by inch. Only when my legs began to ache did I finally step back, emerging from the tower with caution. I didn't look around. I didn't explore further. I left. When I finally ran home, the river still whispered behind me, unchanged, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Even now, when I think back on that place, it's not fear that returns. It's the silence, the stillness, the strange sense of being near something I was never meant to see. And as the countryside settles into night once more, as forgotten places breathe softly beneath the stars, there are countless quiet moments like this, waiting patiently for someone to wander just a little too far. Some stories feel different when they're told late at night. They settle into the quiet and refuse to leave, especially when the air itself seems to be listening, especially when the dark feels close. At the time, I was touring with a theater production of Macbeth, a play already wrapped in layers of superstition and whispered warnings. Even those who didn't believe in such things spoke carefully around it, avoiding its name backstage, laughing softly as if laughter alone could keep misfortune away. Night after night, we performed beneath heavy lights, the words old and sharp, echoing through unfamiliar theaters. One evening, the sky began to change. A storm gathered slowly, clouds folding over one another until the world outside the windows darkened far earlier than it should have. Thunder rolled distantly, low and unhurried, like something enormous shifting in its sleep. Rain tapped gently against the glass, steady and patient. With no performance scheduled that night, the cast decided to stay in, drawn together by the weather and the shared restlessness that often followed a show. We gathered in the living room of the old house where we were staying, mugs of tea warming our hands. Lamps cast soft pools of yellow light across the floor, leaving the corners dim and indistinct. The storm hummed around us, and someone, half joking, half serious, suggested ghost stories. Given the play we were performing, it felt inevitable. One of the actors began to speak, his voice calm, almost casual, as though he had told this story many times before. He talked about his childhood, about a time when his cousin had passed away suddenly. In the days that followed, he and his mother stayed with his aunt while the family grieved together. The house, he said, was quiet in that particular way grief creates. Soft, hollow, full of pauses. One morning, his mother and aunt left early to attend Mass, leaving him alone in bed. The house was still, too still. As he lay there, half awake, he heard footsteps running across the landing outside his room. Fast, light. Then the sharp sound of the bathroom door slamming shut. Assuming it was his mother, he got up and knocked. No answer. He tried the handle. Locked from the inside. A little unsettled, he returned to bed, convincing himself it was nothing. Houses make sounds. Old buildings settle. But not long after, it happened again, this time downstairs. Running footsteps. The dining room door slamming closed with quiet force. When he went to check, the door was locked from the inside once more. When his mother and aunt returned later that morning, he told them everything. His aunt listened carefully, then smiled gently and said, "That's just your cousin, letting you know she's still here." As the story ended, the room felt different. No one spoke right away. The rain seemed louder, the thunder closer. Even the lamps appeared dimmer, their light barely touching the walls. We laughed softly, uneasy laughter meant to smooth the moment, and someone poured more tea. A few more stories followed, less detailed, less personal. Eventually, the hour grew late. One by one, we stood and stretched, ready to head to our rooms. That's when we noticed the door. The main door leading out of the living room wouldn't open. The handle turned easily enough, but the door itself didn't move. Locked. From the other side. At first, we joked. Someone must have closed it earlier. Someone else must still be awake. But the house was silent. Everyone was accounted for. No footsteps upstairs. No voices. Just the storm breathing against the windows. We tried again. Still locked. A slow quiet fell over us as the realization settled in. Eventually, one of us climbed carefully out through a nearby window, rain misting their shoulders, and unlocked the door from the outside. It opened without resistance, as if it had never been closed at all. No one said much after that. We went to bed quietly, lights left on a little longer than usual. Sleep came slowly, if it came at all. The house creaked gently around us, settling back into itself. Nothing else happened that night, and yet something had changed. Some stories don't end when the telling is done. They linger in the walls, in the pauses between thunder, in the quiet moments before sleep takes hold. And as the rain fades softly into the dark, another story waits, ready to be told. Some encounters fade the moment they pass. Others stay with you, quietly unfolding in memory, not as screams or sharp edges, but as a slow realization that safety can disappear without warning. This story was told to me by a close friend, years after it happened, when his voice had finally settled into something steady again. At the time, he had just moved to Colorado to begin college, eager for fresh air, new beginnings, and the sense of freedom that comes with wide open spaces. He and his new roommate decided to take a short camping trip, a simple way to get to know each other before classes began. They chose a quiet stretch near Durango, where pine forests stretch endlessly and the air carries a soft, earthy stillness. The drive to the trailhead was peaceful, winding through mountains washed in fading afternoon light. Somewhere along the road, they noticed a man pulled over with his hood raised, standing beside his car as if unsure what to do next. They stopped. It felt like the right thing to do, helping a stranger in a place where help can be far away. The man thanked them, spoke briefly, and assured them he would manage. Nothing about the interaction seemed especially strange. Eventually, my friend and his roommate continued on, assuming that was the end of it. They hiked a few miles into the forest before choosing a campsite. The woods were quiet, the ground soft with needles and leaves. As evening settled in, they built a small fire, its glow gentle and comforting. Sparks drifted upward, disappearing into the dark canopy above. The night felt calm. Then the forest shifted. From beyond the firelight, footsteps emerged, slow, unhurried. A figure stepped into view, moving between the trees as if he belonged there. It was the same man from the roadside. No greeting, no explanation. He simply sat down near their fire. The air changed immediately. My friend said it felt like the temperature dropped, though the fire still burned steadily. They tried to speak with him, to understand why he was there, keeping their voices calm, friendly, careful. The man responded, but not quite to them. His words wandered, circling strange thoughts that didn't seem meant for conversation. Eventually, he revealed something that made their hearts sink quietly into their chests. He removed an object from his jacket and began speaking to it, asking questions that didn't need answers. His tone wasn't loud or frantic. It was disturbingly calm, detached, as if he were thinking aloud, unaware of the weight of his words. My friend and his roommate listened, frozen, trying to find the right words, the kind that might slow time, ease tension, keep everyone breathing. The man instructed them to kneel. There was no shouting, just quiet insistence. They complied. Moments passed like hours. The fire crackled softly, indifferent to everything unfolding around it. My friend remembers thinking about how peaceful the forest still sounded, how wrong that felt. His roommate, searching desperately for a way to shift the moment, stood up slowly and reached for a log near the fire, perhaps hoping the movement would ground the situation, remind everyone where they were. That was when everything broke. What happened next is something my friend still struggles to put into words. One moment, his roommate was there. The next, the forest felt impossibly empty. The sound that followed echoed briefly, then vanished into the trees. Instinct took over. My friend ran. Branches scraped against his arms as he disappeared into the darkness, breath shallow, feet barely touching the ground. He hid deep among the trees, forcing himself to stay silent as distant sounds faded back into the night. Eventually, only the fire's faint crackle remained, carrying through the woods like a terrible beacon. Hours passed. Cold settled in. The forest breathed around him. Somewhere nearby, another camper, former military, my friend later learned, heard the disturbance and followed it, guided by instinct and concern. Authorities arrived much later, when the sky had begun to lighten. My friend stayed hidden until it was safe. He survived that night. But something stayed behind with him, a quiet awareness of how quickly stillness can turn. The forest eventually returned to silence. The fire burned down to embers. The trees stood as they always had, holding their secrets without judgment. And as night falls again, and distant rain begins to tap softly against unseen leaves, another story waits patiently, drifting gently toward the edge of sleep. Some moments arrive so quietly that you almost miss them. Others break the silence in a way that never truly fades. This was one of those moments. Soft, brief, and impossibly unsettling. At the time, I was living at my dad's house, somewhere in my early 20s, while I worked my way back through school. It was just the two of us in that quiet home. No visitors, no late-night guests, no unexpected sounds beyond the ordinary creaks of an aging house. My dad lived simply and deliberately. He hadn't dated in years, by choice, and he liked things calm and predictable. Because his hearing had begun to fade a little, he was careful about security. The doors were always locked. Always. Even if I was home, even if it was the middle of the day. When he left for work in the mornings, he locked the house behind him, the familiar click of the deadbolt becoming part of the daily rhythm. Our schedules rarely lined up. He worked regular daytime hours. I worked evenings, serving and bartending at a banquet center, so my days often felt out of sync with the rest of the world. That particular weekday afternoon, the house was empty except for me. My dad was still hours away from coming home, and the neighborhood outside was quiet, wrapped in the stillness of early afternoon. I had woken up late. The night before hadn't been my proudest. Too much partying, too little sleep. By the time I dragged myself into the shower around 1:30, my head felt thick and distant, my thoughts slow and foggy. Warm water poured down over my face as I stood there, eyes closed, letting the sound drown everything else out. For a while, there was nothing but the steady rush of water. Then the silence behind it shifted. Through the white noise of the shower, I heard a voice. Not soft, not unsure. A clear, sharp shout. "Cam!" It came from the stairway landing, halfway up the stairs, just outside the bathroom. The sound was unmistakable. A woman's voice, calling my name with urgency, as if she expected an answer. Still half asleep, still not fully present, I responded without thinking. "Yeah." My voice echoed strangely against the tile, swallowed almost immediately by the water. For a brief moment, everything felt normal. Routine, even. Then the awareness crept in, slow and cold. There shouldn't have been anyone there. No one had a key. The doors were locked. My dad was at work. The realization settled into my chest like a weight. My eyes opened, staring at the blank wall in front of me as the water continued to run. My heartbeat grew louder than the shower. The house beyond the curtain felt suddenly vast and hollow. I turned off the water. The quiet rushed in all at once. Standing there, dripping, I spoke out loud to no one in particular. Nervous words. Half laughter. Half swears. The kind of rambling you do when you're trying to convince yourself that nothing is wrong, that there must be a reasonable explanation waiting just out of reach. But the house didn't answer. No footsteps. No doors opening. No voice calling again. I stepped carefully out of the bathroom, listening with every part of myself. The stairway was empty. The landing was still. Sunlight lay undisturbed across the floor, exactly as it had before. The locks remained in place. Everything appeared normal. Too normal. To this day, I don't know who or what that voice belonged to. I don't know how it knew my name, or why it sounded so certain that I would answer. I only know that I heard it. Clearly. Unmistakably. Some sounds don't linger in the air. They linger in memory. And as the house settles back into silence, as the day drifts gently toward evening, there are other quiet moments waiting, patiently, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some nights feel slightly out of place, as if the world has slipped half a step sideways. Nothing obvious, nothing dramatic, just enough to make your instincts whisper. This happened around 2 in the morning, after a long, quiet night spent at a friend's house. We'd been sitting around talking, letting time stretch and blur the way it often does when the night feels unimportant. By the time I left, the roads were nearly empty, the air cool and still, and my thoughts a little slower than usual. On the way home, I decided to stop at a gas station for snacks. It seemed harmless enough, one of those small, familiar places that stay lit all night, humming quietly while the rest of the world sleeps. As I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed several cars already there. 4, maybe more, parked under the harsh white lights. That should have felt reassuring. Instead, it felt strange. When I stepped inside, the store was empty except for the clerk behind the counter. No other customers. No movement between the aisles. Just the low buzz of fluorescent lights and the faint sound of a radio playing somewhere out of reach. The clerk looked up at me slowly, his expression unreadable, his eyes lingering a little too long, like I had walked in on something I wasn't meant to see. I wandered through the aisles anyway, trying to ignore the feeling settling into my chest. The shelves were quiet, untouched. No baskets out. No half-open coolers. Just stillness. As I passed the bathroom door near the back, a sudden awareness washed over me. I felt watched. I turned my head slightly, and that's when I saw it. The bathroom door cracked open just enough for someone inside to look out. An eye. A face, barely visible in the shadow. The moment our gazes met, the door closed quickly, softly, as if it had never moved at all. That was enough. I didn't grab anything. I didn't hesitate. I turned and walked straight toward the exit, my footsteps sounding louder than they should have in the empty store. The clerk didn't say a word as I passed. I don't think he even moved. Outside, the night air felt colder. I headed toward my car, which I'd parked far from the entrance, closer to the edge of the lot where the light faded into darkness. I was only a few steps away when I noticed movement behind me. Someone had come out of the store. A man, shorter than me, was walking in my direction, not toward the exit, toward my car. There was no reason for him to be heading that way. No car nearby. No pause in his step. I stopped. I turned around and spoke, my voice steadier than I felt, telling him to stay back. He raised his hand slightly, saying he didn't want any trouble, but he kept moving forward. Slowly, casually, as if distance didn't matter. My body reacted before my mind could fully catch up. I stood my ground. For a moment, the space between us felt heavy, stretched thin. Then something changed. He slowed. He stepped back. His hand stayed raised as he put space between us again. I didn't wait. I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove away without looking back. The gas station disappeared in my rearview mirror, its lights shrinking until they blended into the dark stretch of road behind me. Even now, I still think about that night, about the cars in the lot, the empty store, the eyes behind the bathroom door, the way everyone seemed to be part of something I couldn't see. It was a small town in Kansas, quiet, forgettable, and maybe that's what makes it linger. Some places feel open and empty late at night. Others feel occupied, even when they shouldn't be. And as the road stretches on, and the darkness settles back into its gentle rhythm, another quiet moment waits, drifting softly, just beyond the next mile marker. Some childhood memories soften with time. Others remain perfectly clear, as if the house still remembers them. This is one of those nights, quiet, flickering, and never fully explained. This happened sometime in the mid-1980s, when the world still felt larger than it was and the dark carried more imagination than fear. I was around 10 years old then, still young enough to believe that mysteries waited just beyond the edge of the living room light. My sister was 17, older, curious, and fascinated by things that felt secret and forbidden. That evening, our parents had already gone to bed. The house had settled into its nighttime rhythm, pipes ticking softly, floorboards cooling, the distant hum of silence filling the rooms. My sister and a few of her friends gathered in the dining room, whispering excitedly, books and scraps of paper spread across the table. She had been reading about seances, about reaching beyond the ordinary world and speaking to something that no longer had a voice. She had chosen a name, Elvis. I didn't fully understand why, but that didn't matter. I was young, curious, and desperate to be included. When I asked if I could join, they laughed softly and let me sit with them. The dining room felt different that night, darker, smaller. My sister lit a single candle and placed it carefully at the center of the table. The flame flickered gently, casting long, wavering shadows that stretched across the walls and ceiling. We sat in a circle, hands linked, palms warm and slightly damp. The house was very quiet. Even our breathing seemed loud. My sister unfolded the paper she'd written on and began to read, her voice slow and deliberate, as though she were afraid of speaking too loudly might break something fragile in the air. Somewhere down the hallway, my mother listened. She had heard the whispers and the giggling and decided, playfully, to scare us. She waited just out of sight, timing her moment carefully, holding her breath as my sister's voice reached the final lines of the words she had written. And then, something ran. Not walked. Not padded softly. Then, our cat tore down the hallway like it was fleeing something only it could see. When I say it screamed, I don't mean a normal sound. It was raw, urgent, full of panic. It shot past my mother so fast she barely had time to react. Then everything happened at once. There was a crash. Chairs scraped. Someone gasped. We jumped up from the table, hands breaking apart as the lights snapped on. The cat had collided with the empty fireplace, rebounded, then leapt headfirst into a closed window before scrambling wildly, claws out, eyes wide, finally slamming into a wall and collapsing in a trembling heap. The room fell silent except for our breathing. We rushed to the cat, voices overlapping, fear replacing curiosity in an instant. It stirred, blinking slowly, clearly alive, but deeply unsettled. My mother wrapped it gently in a blanket, holding it close as it hissed and stared past us, past the walls, as though something unseen still lingered nearby. Slowly, the cat calmed. The candle was blown out. No one laughed. That night, no one slept. The house felt alert, listening. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every sound felt intentional. Eventually, the quiet returned, but it wasn't the same quiet as before. It carried memory now. Nothing else happened. No voices. No movement. No answers. And even now, all these years later, I know one thing for certain. Whatever unsettled that house, whatever frightened that cat, it wasn't Elvis. As the candlelight fades and the night stretches on, there are more stories waiting, drifting gently, patiently, ready to surface when the house grows quiet again. Some sounds don't announce where they come from. They simply arrive, soft and uninvited, slipping into the quiet moments when the road stretches long, and the world feels briefly suspended between places. My mother and I have always been practical people. We look for reasons first, explanations grounded in what can be tested and proven. That afternoon, as we drove away from my hometown, logic was the only thing either of us trusted. The land around us was wide and open, the kind of plains that seem endless, broken only by long fences, distant houses, and thin lines of trees following the curves of the road. The sky felt vast, and the highway noise slowly faded as we turned onto a quieter back road. The pavement narrowed into a single lane in each direction, winding gently through private land and large, quiet homes set far back from the road. Cars traveled ahead of us and behind us, all keeping a respectful distance as we moved steadily along at highway speed. Inside the car, everything felt calm and ordinary. The windows were up. The air conditioner hummed softly. A story played through the speakers, low and steady, filling the space with familiar voices. There wasn't much wind that I could see. The fields lay still, tall grass barely shifting. The road itself was textured with rumble strips just beyond the painted lines, a gentle reminder to stay centered as the asphalt curved and dipped. I remember feeling relaxed, focused on driving, my thoughts drifting easily with the rhythm of the road. As I rounded a bend to the right, a sound slipped into the car. At first, it was so subtle that my mind almost ignored it. A distant, flowing tone, like a voice held just beyond recognition. My mother and I looked at each other at the same time, sharing a quiet glance that said, "You heard that too, didn't you?" Neither of us spoke. The sound faded, and we returned our attention to the drive. Then it came again. This time it lingered a little longer, rising and falling in a way that felt deliberate. My mother turned toward me, her voice calm but uncertain, and asked if I had heard it. I nodded and reached for the volume, turning the story down, then up again, just to be sure it wasn't part of the audio. The sound remained, untouched by the controls. It reminded me of music you hear when parking far from a concert venue. Not the song itself, but the echo of it. Familiar in shape, unfamiliar in detail. A voice carrying emotion without words. It felt close, impossibly close, as if someone were singing quietly from the back seat, yet there was no one there. I asked my mother to check her phone. Maybe something had started playing without us noticing. She unlocked it, brows furrowed, then shook her head. Silence. She paused the story completely, leaving the car wrapped in a softer quiet. Still, the sound continued. We rolled the windows down, then back up again, listening carefully. Outside, the fields rushed past, empty and open. No other car was close enough to explain it. If someone nearby had music playing loud enough for us to hear it clearly at that speed, it would have been overwhelming. But there was nothing. No bass. No rhythm. Just that voice-like tone, smooth and mournful, drifting in and out as if carried on something we couldn't see. For several minutes, the sound followed us. It didn't feel inside the car, but it didn't belong to the outside either. It wasn't louder with the windows down, nor quieter when they were closed. It didn't shift with speed or direction. It simply existed, hovering somewhere between us and the world beyond the glass. I remember tightening my grip on the steering wheel, not out of fear, but out of confusion. A quiet, creeping uncertainty that made me wonder if my senses were playing tricks on me. The melody, if it could be called that, felt old and emotional, like a long, drawn-out lament. Something sorrowful, almost beautiful, but unsettling in how unplaceable it was. There were no clear words, no language I could recognize. Just a flowing operatic sound that rose and fell gently, never sharp, never loud, never urgent. Eventually, without any clear reason, it faded. The road continued on as if nothing unusual had happened. The fields stayed quiet. The car returned to its familiar hum. My mother and I sat in silence for a while, letting the normal world slowly settle back into place. Neither of us felt panicked. If anything, we felt thoughtful, grounded by the simple fact that we had shared the experience. Even now, I don't claim to know what it was. Wind moving across the road in a strange way. Tires singing against the pavement. Air flowing around the car just right. There are explanations that might fit, if only loosely. Still, the memory remains gentle and unresolved, like a question without urgency. And as the drive continued, the sound became just another quiet story carried by the road, one that fades naturally into the background, making room for the next calm moment, and the next soft, drifting tale waiting somewhere ahead.